Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. Thanks so much for giving us this time this evening. We're excited to be at this point in the process. And you received a copy of the presentation. Really just want to kind of give everyone a brief overview, and some of you have heard this multiple times, so bear with me. But I think for anybody who's watching, we wanted to make sure we provided this context. And
sure, go right ahead. Yep.
And I think right, so I will go very quickly through this just to kind of remind everybody. All right, and before I jump in, I will say just to corroborate Alexander's background here. I think these guys in particular have worked so hard. The mayor for spending all the time editing and putting her feedback in. A lot of people put a lot of time into this point, and so I think we're at a good place. And you guys may have additional thoughts. We want to make sure we have a chance to kind of hear your questions and get those answered, and see if there are any things that we need to tweak from here, but we feel like we're pretty darn close. In terms of the overall process.
I'm not sure they can see it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Can you guys, are you viewing that? No. Okay. Sorry, Darcy.
No, thanks for letting me know.
Thank you.
And then if you go to presentation,
Yeah, it's not giving me that option.
Wait, it's one of those technology nights. Mercury in retrograde?
Now it's going.
no,
So just a quick reminder, in terms of the overall timeline. Oh, now we're, oh, okay. I can see it.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh, goodness.
All right, well, how about we leave it in the other mode here?
Yeah.
All right, so just a quick reminder in terms of the overall timeline. We started this process in the fall of 2021, but in fact, discussions about this comp plan update really started a year before that. We actually interviewed for the job a year in fall of 2020. There was some extended back and forth as the town kind of worked with DOLA to get funding. So it's been a long time coming for you guys to kind of get through this process. But kind of active work on the plan really started last fall, and we've had multiple opportunities for input along the way. I think one thing I really wanted to emphasize tonight is that we really saw the biggest, kind of swell of input early in the process. That is very typical in a process like this. People are super jazzed at the beginning, they give all their input, and then they say, wow, that's a lot to read. So it kind of does trickle off a little bit. So, but I think we've really tried to build this plan around that big body of feedback that we got early in the process. And I think there were a lot of different perspectives that were represented. And we've tried to weave that into this document so that it is a balance. I think, anytime we do a big process like this, it's about finding compromise in some cases, but trying to reflect the general sentiment of the community. And we've tried hard to do that. A lot of different steps beyond that, which, we did public meetings at each of those steps. And we also met with the boards and commissions at each of those steps. And so PCDC in particular has spent a lot of time, a lot of hours on Zoom with us, going through different iterations of the document. and really kind of helping us refine it. And so there's been a lot of work on the behalf of PCDC as well as the other boards and commissions who provided written feedback each time. And so there's been a lot of back and forth along the way. We also did a lot of kind of focus groups early in the process. And I think just recognizing that in a small town like this, you have just a lot of different people who are really invested in the work that they're doing for the community and, kind of those priorities. And so a lot of very specific interest. And, one of the goals of this plan from the beginning was really to give you guys a document that kind of streamlines and simplifies, your policy foundation. And so when we started the process, there were many, many, many plans that we were kind of working from, and town was kind of juggling and trying to figure out how do we work with all of this. And so I think a big part of this process was really trying to bring all those pieces together so that you have one point of reference. There are still some supporting documents, but it should be much easier, hopefully going forward to kind of manage that and kind of get a sense of, what's the town's stance on these different issues? How do we work with other groups in the community? In terms of the overall plan, you guys have all had a chance to take a look at it, so I'm not going to spend any time on this. I think just emphasizing for those who may be listening that, there are multiple appendices in the plan as well. So a lot of the technical information that fed into this process is available. That's what really needs to be updated from time to time so that, you look at the plan in a big process like this every 10 years or so, but it makes sense to keep it fresh and kind of look at that every couple of years if you can. New population data, economic data, those types of things. And, I think I mentioned kind of starting off that the survey really was the driving force behind this plan. And that really comes through in the guiding principles and the goals that kind of shape the plan. And so a lot of that feedback we've rolled out to the community and kind of tested. We met with you guys when you all kind of came on board back in April, I think it was, to kind of preview that, make sure we were on the right track in terms of, does this really reflect the flavor of Lyons and you guys as a community? Are we on the right track? And I think we heard at that time that, yeah, we're on the right track. There's some tweaks. And so that's really where we got into the hard work of, getting the policies drafted and the implementation strategies along the way. But that's really been kind of our driving force through the process. So that kind of trickles into the pyramid diagram as it's come to be known among those of us who've been working on this so closely, but really just reflecting that, it's important when you go through the effort of coming up with a vision and kind of a direction for the community, that the community really understands what it will take to achieve that vision. And so the intent of having this sort of structure is that there is a very clear through line between, kind of our aspirations and how we're going to implement the plan. And so that's really what we've been trying to reinforce throughout the process. I will very quickly gloss through some of the key ideas that kind of kept coming up in each of these areas. And the first guiding principle really focuses on quality of life and inclusiveness and what makes Lyons unique. I think that was something we heard a lot in the survey results and, kind of the different perspectives that there are in the community and kind of how that works. And so, and how that makes you what you are. So this really deals with everything from parks to historic preservation, arts and culture, education, and, kind of all of those things that really feed into quality of life in Lyons. The economy was also a big focus. Early in the process and throughout the process, we worked with, now my mind just totally went blank, but the EBC and their group to kind of think about how can we build in some policies in this plan and in your land use plan in particular to help advance this idea of making the economy in Lyons a little bit more diverse. Right now, you are very reliant on this tourism economy, and that's been a focus for a number of years. But they had some specific ideas about, how to kind of figure out and build more support for the economic aspects of the community as part of the big picture. So that deals with everything from how we talk about downtown to affordable housing, making sure that the workforce has a place to live, and that's all really shifted in the last couple of years. And then thinking about, what role tourism plays, both from an economic standpoint, but the quality of life of residents. And so that's where that balance came back into play as well. People said, we know it's important, but we want to make sure that we as residents don't get lost kind of in that. Natural environment, obviously a very big thing for you guys. It's a fantastic setting that you have here in Lyons, and that was a big focus of a lot of the feedback we got early on and from the boards and commissions who really focus on environmental issues. Hazard mitigation, also a big part of the conversation here, particularly in the last 2 years with the wildfires we've experienced, you guys having gone through very traumatic process with the floods and recovering from that. And so really thinking about, as we plan for the next 10 years and beyond, how can we be more resilient overall, and thinking about what those issues mean and how you can be more proactive in preparing and kind of thinking about those natural disasters. Growth and small town character. I think this was one of the areas I would say we had the least amount of consensus, perhaps, in terms of the community feedback. Some people really have a sense of we should go all in and really, densify and, do all these things. But there's also, about half of the community who's saying, maybe we're pushing a little too hard and we really don't want to see that. And so, I think part of, in my experience, it's really, I think that is one of the most important places to really work together to try to find some of those happy mediums, because you can achieve incremental change that will be supported by the broader community. And that's where you really start to get progress. But if you get hung up on, kind of pushing too hard, too fast, it can really shut things down and kind of create that animosity in the community. And so this is one of the areas where, I think I expressed caution a couple of times during the process in terms of, let's be thinking about this and make sure that where we are making recommendations that may involve things that, need broader conversation. So for example, we talk about the core neighborhoods and, there are opportunities there for additional density and new housing types. And we've created a foundation for that. But going, really far in that direction really is going to require some other conversations. So some of those areas where moving forward, you have that foundation to have more conversation. And then the last guiding principle really focuses on kind of trust and cooperation. Housing is a big part of kind of this overall community foundation, but also health and wellness, which was important to the community. I think like many other communities that we work with, Lyons has a population that is predominantly older, and that is getting older. We are all getting older, but I think as a proportion of your population. And so thinking about the services that you can provide in the community now as a small community, or what opportunities you might have to work with other communities or other groups to provide those services. That was a big theme we heard in our feedback as well. This was one of those areas where we, through conversations with PCDC in particular, I think really trying to reinforce the work that the town has done and the relationships that you do have. For example, the regional housing plan that you guys were part of, years go by, a lot of things happen and people tend to forget about them. And so we've tried to really embed some of those core steps that you've taken as a community to really kind of help people be aware of those and help you move forward on those, even though you guys, I think a lot of you are focused on those issues, in your daily work, but a lot of people aren't aware of them. So that was a big focus for this area as well. And then the land use plan and 3 mile plan is our next section. I did want to note that we have full-size maps on the website, but one of the specific recommendations that we have made, the planning area is a large area. It is really hard to make maps legible at 8.5 by 11. So they need to be online. You have a portal for that, a way to make that happen. So that's one of our recommendations, is just to get them online. People can zoom in and interact with them. And that will make it much easier to work with. The future land use plan, in terms of changes from 2010, There were some adjustments to the planning area to reflect feedback on different parcels. For example, north of town, you guys have been approached by property owners who maybe want to come in. We'll talk more about that in a moment, but by and large, I think the biggest shift has been that the map is more generalized. It looks a lot less like zoning, and PCDC really kind of drove that direction in terms of saying, we really want this to be a forward-looking map in terms of not just capturing what's out there today, but what it might be in the future. This is meant to be a long-range plan, and so we went back and forth from our original draft in August, made some adjustments, and kind of I'll talk a little bit about those. The 3 mile influence area was a new addition to the plan. You are required to have a 3 mile plan through the state, but it had been a long time since that had happened. It's very common for the 3 mile plan to be something that's kind of tucked away on the back server. Most people aren't aware it exists, and so kind of bringing the two together just makes a lot of sense in terms of thinking about what's happening within your boundary, but also in the surrounding area, which obviously became a big focus over the summer and kind of into the fall, thinking about how you guys interface with some of the county areas and other issues as well. So this one of the key purposes of the 3 mile plan is really to give you guys a foundation if there are opportunities that come forward for annexation in the future, that you have something to start with, basically, that there is guidance about what your intentions are. If you are planning for areas that might have something other than open space, do you have a strategy for serving those areas? Just really kind of forcing communities to think ahead about what your intentions are and to make those intentions known in your plan. Another addition is that we worked with Fair and Peers on some targeted transportation components in this plan. So your existing comp plan doesn't really get into a lot of detail. And this obviously there's a lot of information on this map. This is the one that's so hard to read, but I promise when you zoom in, there's a lot there. Looking at trail connections, sidewalk connections, how do you create that connectivity in the community that really supports pedestrian and bicycle safety, but also just kind of the walkability and the lifestyle that the community is looking for. So we heard a lot from the community about this, kind of set of issues as a big priority. And a lot of work had been done already by the boards and commissions to kind of start it. And then Fair and Peers was able to kind of piece together all the information from the different transportation plans that are out there so that you have kind of a comprehensive set of, here's where we think we're headed. It's not a full-blown transportation plan. That would be a lot more detailed, but it gives you a starting point in terms of, at least being able to look at things together and how they fit together. Roadway improvements, pretty minimal, but that's really based on kind of looking at CDOT plans, Boulder County plans, and again, kind of just getting all the information in one place so that you can kind of see how have a foundation when issues come up. And then we dove a little deeper into quite a few areas, and these really build from the 2016 LPPPA plan, which I can never quite say well. But basically that plan is absorbed as part of this plan. There was a lot of analysis done about feasibility for annexing or developing and looking at some core areas within the planning area, but not within the town's boundary back in 2016. This plan carries forward the basic concepts and then extends them to kind of reflect where you are today. So the names are generally similar in some cases, but we've added some new ones. New focus on downtown, obviously that's kind of the central piece in Lyons. And one of the notable things here from a land use map perspective is that we expanded the boundary, the boundary of downtown. And that is one of those areas where through discussions with PCDC and feedback from the boards and commissions, recognizing that the footprint of downtown may get bigger over time and that's something you should be thinking ahead about. And, so that when someone comes to you and says, I have an idea, you have a foundation to kind of entertain those discussions and think about how you want to move forward. So the kind of another piece to this, I think, that came through the conversations was that, looking at public-private partnerships, some of the town-owned property may present some bigger opportunities long-term. And so just being ready for that, it may take 10 years, it may take 20 years, we don't know. But if those opportunities come up, you've got that foundation in place. And also acknowledging that kind of supporting additional uses in downtown is probably going to take more housing downtown, kind of on the fringes of downtown. So just being prepared for that and thinking about what that means kind of preemptively. The central neighborhoods, which are essentially kind of all the core neighborhoods surrounding downtown. This is where, looking at expanding the mix of housing types that you have now is an opportunity, and you can have some incremental changes on a smaller kind of basis where maybe one property is, and I understand there's some different projects happening right now, but the idea of doing some targeted infill on, the few vacant lots that you do have, or really encouraging folks to, and allowing folks to adapt larger homes to accommodate ADUs. You guys were already ahead of the game in terms of having adopted an ADU ordinance a few years ago. This really just reinforces that ADUs don't just have to be in the backyard. They can be basement units, they can be, shut-offs in the main house. There's a lot of different ways to do ADUs that are more cost-effective than building a new one in the backyard, even though that's, a great option as well. So this section really just emphasizes that, kind of broadening that mix is one of the best ways for Lyons to, accommodate a more diverse workforce and community in terms of younger population, people who work and want to live in the community, and, kind of achieve some of those broader goals. This section also does talk about some of those opportunities to the north where the town has had interest from property owners to consider annexing, and what might those opportunities be if that land comes in. You've got utility considerations, wildfire kind of buffer considerations. I will say that we did hear from some folks who live in that area that they weren't super excited about the idea of having new housing in that area, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be housing. So that will be something that you'll need to kind of wrestle with when the time comes. East St. Vrain, this used to be the eastern corridor in the LPPDA plan, and suggestion was made. We've got North St. Vrain, South St. Vrain. Why don't we have East St. Vrain? It kind of feels like a more cohesive package. And this is really kind of your biggest opportunity for kind of greenfield development. And this has been in the planning horizon, kind of planning realm for a number of years. And so we met with, property owners in that area and others with interest in that area, CDOT, the county, just there seems to be a lot of kind of support for the concept of, doing something really special in that area that could benefit the town. The question is just ultimately comes down to getting services there and really kind of, making it happen, I think, in terms of that long-term project for that area. And then CEMEX, IGA and Eastern Environs, there was a question about, what do we mean by Eastern Environs? And it's kind of a funny term, but I think we didn't want to call it a planning area necessarily, but it's really, I think, came up in the conversation when we were talking about the Eastern Corridor that CEMEX really owns a lot of land out in that area. It's not necessarily on the town's radar in terms of, or the average person's radar, I think, in terms of how far that area goes. So the request was made, we should at least show what that ownership is. And right now it's identified as future opportunity area. I think rather than having very prescriptive designation of uses in some of those areas, this gives the town more flexibility for those longer term opportunities that may come up, and kind of opens the door for discussions. one of the things that is mentioned in the plan is that, essentially, and you guys are aware of this, but for the benefit of anyone who may be listening, the existing IGAs that the town has, and there are quite a few of them. It took us quite a while to figure out how those fit together, but the timing of those has a couple of them have just expired or within this planning horizon. So there is some work that needs to be done to update those to kind of match this plan should you choose to move forward with this version that you have, or when you do move forward, you'll need to do that. South St. Vrain planning area was one from the LPPA plan where the direction from the community and the kind of strong feeling was we don't really want to see a lot of change in this area. So that sentiment kind of carried through. I think what we have done that is different is acknowledge that things do change over time. Property owners change, conditions change, and so there is an acknowledgement both there as well as in the North St. Vrain that the town should be open and property owners should be aware that this may not be a closed door conversation. For right now, within this immediate planning horizon, the town is not expecting major changes, but you're open for ideas if those opportunities come up and you want to consider all your options. And then lastly is the implementation section. And I will kind of just give you the brief overview, but I think this is where Mayor Pro Tem Farrell and Chairman Hamrick and Alexander have really spent the most time over the last month or so, is really kind of making sure that the implementation strategies reflect reality. I think it is easy in a small town where everybody wants to have their stamp on, I want to have my thing in the plan. Well, you can have all your things in the plan, but you still need to arm wrestle about who's going to do what and when, and make sure that, kind of what you're putting out there is realistic. Because I think where you are likely to see the most frustration is if people get everything in the plan and then nothing happens. So it helps focus energy. And I think the direction that Mayor Pro Tem Farrell brought forward was, kind of aligning the near-term priorities with the Board of Trustees strategic plan, which makes a lot of sense. We are seeing more and more communities move in that direction, so that that is the board obviously turns over periodically, but the plan is kind of the guiding force. And if you are really kind of doing your homework and following up on the plan every couple of years at least, this section of the plan can be amended to kind of reflect different priorities that the town has over time. One of the things that you guys were already doing, which I got super excited about when I saw it, was the annual report that you do. And I think having each of the boards and commissions kind of summarize, here's what we accomplished this year, here's what we're planning on focusing on next year. It was like, that's what we always want people to be doing based on, kind of after a comp plan is really kind of, tracking your progress. And so trying to align those two things, I think is, a way to really leverage the work that you're already doing and just kind of focus it a little bit more on the priorities that are in this plan. And then, kind of, it just gives you a more, it makes for a very transparent process and really helps people kind of see how the plan is moving forward based on kind of the work that you all are doing. So what else you guys want to talk about implementation wise? Big themes?
Well, I think with the implementation portion, we were trying really hard to take the public's comments because this is the plan for the residents of Lyons, but we were also focusing on intertwining them and having them align with the goals and objectives for the boards of trustees. We were looking at the pyramid that was issued out a couple months ago, looking at the public ones and looking at real life strategies. Can we make this work? Will it happen in 10 to 20 years possibly, but also at a near term ongoing, or if it wasn't marked with anything, that means it'll be reevaluated about 5 to 10 years.
And I would just add, we struggled with chapter 4 and still struggling with it. But a couple of things. One, we wanted to try to not be too prescriptive, but kind of make sure it, the implementation strategies represented the goals. but allow for flexibility down the road to let different ad hoc committees get together to address a certain, problem, a particular goal. So we didn't want to be prescriptive. And so as we gathered input from different boards and commissions, some were very detailed. And so we tried to find a happy medium. And then the other thing, of course, we struggled with was on the priorities. And it's hard to see beyond near term. And then when it became apparent to us, and I think this is a discussion for a future day, is really how do you morph this annual report into a priority setting, which you've already done as a board, but go through this document and set the priorities for each year. And then use this as more of a management tool to look backwards and say, what have we accomplished? So I think it's a good tool that I think using this chapter 4, because the other 3 chapters should be static. And this will be a living document. So I think using this as a management tool, looking forward to set priorities and allocate resources, but then also looking backwards to just say, what do we accomplish in the past year?
To piggyback off of what Chair Hamrick was saying, he's absolutely right, because in another year or two, we're gonna have new members of Board of Trustees, new planning commission, every board and commission will be fleshed out and we have new members come in. So this will be great to have that reevaluation period, look at priorities and possibly add new ones in, but as long as they align within the plan itself through the chapters 1 through.
So are you guys?
I think we're done.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I know how much work has gone into this. I mean, I started talking about this when I was on the PCDC in 2018. And this has been a long time coming. So Darcy, I want to thank you and the Clarion team. And Alex, thank you so much. Chair Hamrick and Mayor Pro Tem Farrell and the rest of the PCDC really put their whole hearts and souls into this. So yeah, very grateful. And so I have I'll kick off with an initial question, which is when we talk about updating chapter 4, how does that work? Would a board say, hey, you know what, we want to update chapter 4 of the comp plan and then wrestle it out? Or is that a PCDC function or staff?
Yeah, and then you guys, you talked
I would think it would probably be attended through the planning and community development commission first. Let the ideas get ruffled out through them, and then we bring it back up on the Board of Trustees.
So would that be like, do you envision like a yearly agenda item once a year the PCDC says, do we want to update these? And if so, how?
We were thinking yearly. Would probably be the best approach.
Okay.
And I would just add that I think, the PCDC can certainly go through the document and update it to make sure it reflects current reality. But as you know, the resource allocations handled the Board of Trustees with the town administrator. So I think it's really, at the end of the day, I would argue the buck should really belong, it should stop with the Board of Trustees as far as aligning that to the current goals.
I think I've seen it done several ways over the years, and one of them is you develop this into a work plan where you have a column that says, your progress column. And this is exactly what should be in front of the Board of Trustees every 2 years to set your goals.
Yes.
Which of these do you want to make progress on? And then you assign the different boards and commissions, and I assign staff to work toward those you select.
Yeah.
And so then you come back and then it wouldn't be, I don't know, what format is this in? It's not Excel.
It's in Word, but.
We could add another column to make it into a workbook. Sometimes you turn it landscapes, you have a little more room to write your progress. But that's where your board and commission quarterly meetings comes into play to say how you're doing towards these things.
Yeah, and we kind of put the cart before the horse this year because the comp plan was in process when we did our goals. But I think, when we revisit the goals, obviously the comp plan is what everything goes down from.
You might want to pick a couple goals in each of the primary areas.
I want to see if Mayor Pro Tem has anything to add before we move on to more questions.
No, I actually think it's interesting that hearing you discussing it, because what it really brings forth is that there's the potential that each board might want to work with staff and PCDC a little bit differently. But I think the overall goal is the understanding that Chapter 4 is the working element, but it's going to require the Board of Trustees, staff, and the PCDC to manage through and make sure that it's staying current.
Trustee Duffy?
Sorry, I just wanted to respond about the implementation piece. So I think you've seen the spreadsheet from the Economic Vitality Commission that the chair, Paul Dreyer, had actually worked into that landscape format with the implementation and the priorities. And I feel like it's a really great template moving forward that we could maybe share with other commissions. Because I
That's
feel like,
already been given to all the chairs.
oh, fantastic. That's such a great working document. I feel like it was very well
For this
organized.
2 years till this was done, and we had some
Great. Yeah, fantastic.
Other questions or comments? There will be a quiz before adoption.
If we have just minor, I know that your time and your contract is really winding up here quickly. If there's some very simple things you want us to do those through staff at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is really just the details of it, but we agreed that we'll take ownership of this document going forward from
After
tonight.
tonight?
Yeah.
After tonight, oh my gosh, this is a big deal. Darcy, how do you feel? She's going on vacation tomorrow.
When can I send my final invoice?
Well, this is, I mean, we talk about the budget being so important to the Board of Trustees to pass. This is the most consequential project that we will work on, period, because it does guide the town for at least the next 10 years.
Yeah.
So it deserves our, yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I do have a one kind of question as we're kind of sort of getting towards the end, and it's the final couple of steps that are left. One of the things that tonight was to see if there are going to be any major changes or issues or concerns or tweaks from the trustees. And it's not sounding like there really are any. The next step is that this will go to the PCDC at their meeting on Monday. And they adopt it. And then and I could use some Attorney Dittman input here. Then it seems like it's supposed to go to the Board of Trustees for ratification. And I actually would like clarity on what that means.
That means the Board of Trustees is the final approval essentially, but it is expected that the PCDC will be doing the majority of the work. It's really their comp plan and yours reviewing it and approving it.
Okay. So technically speaking, most and everything really should be in there or as complete as possible by Monday for the PCDC standpoint.
I mean, it doesn't have to be necessarily, we can still call a special meeting. I mean, we should, of course, be moving towards completion as fast as we can, but I'd hate to say, oh yeah, Monday's the drop dead deadline for this. But that's what the question is.
It is, and that's what we want to hear.
I think the spirit is correct that, yeah, we should be as close as possible as we can, but I'm never going to say never, right? If something out of the ordinary pops up, right? I don't want to tie us, to that date necessarily.
Good. I'm going to try to hold us to that date though, as best as possible, but I did want to get clarification on that. So my hope would be that if there is anything that is noodling inside your brains in terms of what you really want to see something that might be adjusted in this, it would, speak now. And I can't say forever hold your peace, but it would be great to know now or within the next 24 hours.
So that was my question. So, is the most recent version of the full document what's in our packet for this workshop? More or less?
99%.
99%, yes. Okay, so we're still incorporating the rest of your comments as well now.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were
sorry.
very-
And then
you were very-
I was
There
very.
was something else.
Okay, so I guess my question is one of process and version control. So what I would like to take another look at the full document when it's complete, when it's done. And I would encourage the rest of the board to do that too. What I don't want to do is send back comments on a document that's a couple versions or a version behind. So, is there an estimate on when we can get the most recent version to take a look at?
I think I'll speak for Mayor Pro Tem, but we can, because we're gonna target getting a version ready for the PCDC. For Thursday, this coming Thursday.
The packet.
So anyway, and we do need to reconcile because we have Clarion's version and then we have another version we've been working on with other edits, including yours. So we have to reconcile. So I think we can do that by Thursday, get something out to the Board of Trustees by Friday. Do you agree with that? Mayor Pro Tem?
That would go into the PCDC packet. And then we could
Yeah, so
share,
that version,
sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding you, but what I was thinking was that we do have a few small things to reconcile. I feel like what you have seen tonight is really the majority, as accurate as the intent of this document is to be. I would like to personally see that we reconcile all of our details, and that's going to be between Alexander, David Hamrick, and myself in the next 2 days. That would go to the PCDC, and then you would be seeing what they've adopted as your final document to ratify the following Monday, which is the 19th.
So
That's-
so my concern is that I would like the opportunity to provide additional feedback to the PCDC before adoption. Because if
Okay.
the PCDC adopts it and then it comes to the board and then we decide we want to make a change and it has to go back to the PCDC, then we're playing ping pong with a big document.
Mhm.
Put it in the Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, I think the board should be included in the Thursday, Friday packet, and then we would have a day or so or over the weekend to get comments to the PCDC if we have them.
That's doable.
That's doable. Does that make sense, Chair Hamrick? I don't want to be onerous on you.
Yeah, and it's extremely frustrating editing the wrong version, as we found. So, yeah, and that's why I think we can get everything cleaned up, get you the best version that we can get. I think what Mayor Pro Tem was alluding to, there's a couple topics that we're still trying to flush through it. It may not be fully baked by the time we get to the PCDC, so we may have to do an amendment, but those are very small.
Well, is there any reason it has to be this coming meeting versus 2 weeks from now? I mean, if Claire.
2 weeks from now, we don't have a meeting, and I mean, that's the 26th. We
The next
run
one.
into a holiday, so.
So one suggestion that I made, just to consider that sometimes when you get to this point in the process, because of version, just to make the process as transparent as possible, is to just maintain a Word document that has a list of, on page 26, this needed, editorial dotting i's, crossing t's, that's not an issue. But I think if we're making a substantive change at this point, it's sometimes easier just to have a list of those changes so that PCDC and then the board can say, yeah, I agree with those changes. Please, we adopt it with the following changes, or I don't quite agree with that. I want to change that. It's just going to be a lot easier for you guys to manage those edits at this point, rather than trying to generate a whole new draft, because it does, I think just from a public process standpoint as well, it's cleaner that way.
Okay.
So do we need, wait,
Okay.
we're in workshop. Do we need to populate every goal with this ongoing near FAR?
No.
If it has nothing, what does that mean?
Yeah, we've updated that, so only the near term were populated. And part of the problem was, this was our view of what's near term, and I think this really should be a board's discussion. So if it's not populated, then it could be midterm or long-term, because there's too much brain damage, in my opinion, to try to get it populated.
Or if there's no partners, we should still get you that in the next day or two.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, chapter 4 is really an evergreen living document, so
Sure.
I think our concern right now is getting
Getting it
1 through 3 buttoned down, and then
Yeah.
4 is,
Changes every
yeah,
year.
yeah.
Okay.
So there is absolutely no problem by the end of this week, by Thursday's pack going, and we can have all the trustees and yourself, Mayor Rogan, the current version, so everybody's on the same page for Monday's, meeting with PCDC.
Okay, so in terms of process, then we'll, and I'll fill trustee Edding in on this. In terms of process, we'll get the packet. Sorry, we'll get the packet. Any changes that we have, we should write in an email. Send them on over to Alex and Dave. And they will take them to the PCDC. As a list of changes.
So we should send them by when?
Thursday, no, Wednesday. Of this,
If we're taking it to the PCDC on Monday, I don't see why it can't be by Monday afternoon.
By Monday
Yeah,
afternoon.
we can
Okay, okay.
just produce.
So we have the weekend, so we know what we'll be doing.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So I feel much better too. Thank you for walking me through that. Any other comments? Well, you guys did an incredible job. I know this was a hugely heavy lift. I'm familiar with all of those documents that you had to struggle through. And I just want to thank the team so much for this. This is a big deal for this town. A lot has been waiting for this, our IGA negotiations, for example. And it feels great. And you did a terrific job, so thank you.
And Mayor Pro Tem Farrell as well, thank you.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem deserves a medal or something. I don't know what, something.
An honorary day off.
Would you like an honorary day off?
Would you like a day off?
Yes, that'd be great.
I know. Well, no, you're the one who deserves a day off too.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess then if there's nothing else, we can take a break before our meeting, our official meeting starts. Okay, all right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Darcy.
She's-
My friend's house
Hey, Brandon?
next to Mar-a-Lago, $22 million house. We're
Yep.
sitting.
Hey.
Hey, I just sent you an
Bunch of
email with
woodpecker.
the Dr. Cog IGA that I just
Start
got tonight.
Picking on
Okay.
marble
Just
stuff.
to give you a heads up.
Yeah, I just saw it. I was in the process
down.
of opening it up, but I can start taking a look at it right now if you want.
And then you
Awesome.
start
Thank
saying,
you.
"Holy
Of
Sorry
course.
about that.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
Right home.
No, it was lost, the Dove Creek in. So, and it was things as we had beat Dove Creek in a scrimmage before. No, that doesn't mean a lot because that's a scrimmage. But still, we were right there, man.
Greg, how was your dinner?
It was just cake and cookies. Dinner. I thought it was dinner. No, I'm starving.
Oh, there's two clementines and cookies sitting up back there. I'm Chris. Lots of options.
I bet Victoria has a stash too.
What collection?
I opened the window to get some air in here, so
Oh,
if anybody,
good.
if
Yeah,
anybody
no,
gets cold.
Because especially that side with those baseboards.
Yeah, maybe we need some fans in here if they're not too loud at some point.
Okay.
That might help too.
It's done. They're done. Kind of awesome.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you. Sorry.
So,
So, they're getting together a final version of the comp plan with a bunch of edits incorporated. PCDC is gonna send it to us on Thursday as part of their packet. And we have until Monday to send any changes back to Dave Hamrick and Jocelyn.
Okay.
To take to the PCDC.
Maybe you have to know one typo that I
Found
found. I'm not gonna tell you which one.
I thought about it, yeah.
What did you find? That, it was a sea of red that,
You know, when you're writing a book for somebody like Simon and Schuster, if you use the same word twice in a paragraph,
Yeah.
it is flagged,
oh, yeah.
even if it's a long paragraph, even if it's a short word.
What if it's A?
Then you say, the, you know, article, you say, managed to add a technical stuff on a weekly magazine for 14 years.
Oh.
Theology. I added theology.
You're basically a copy editor.
I also was a weekly columnist. I also assigned most of the articles. But the theology is all I had to copy of. I had to. And none of our articles could be longer than 1,600 words. Every serious theologian would hand you 3,000. And you'd say 1,600 and they'd give you 2,500 and then
That sounds like academia.
you would say, you know, I'm so sorry, but if you don't give me 1,600, I will get to 1,600. It will be my choice. And that's pretty much how it always turned out. They just couldn't do it. And
You
not
had to-
unusually, it would be so frustrating because not unusually, they'd be like, I'm not even sure what you took out. It's like, exactly.
Ooh, and you
You
just
put
cut thousands.
both in there.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Oh, Greg Lowell is watching tonight.
Why is that?
I don't know. I guess we'll find
Oh,
out.
he's watching. Oh, he's
Yeah.
here.
And just so you guys know, you're all on sound, so.
Okay, it's 7 o'clock. Good evening, everybody. I will call the Monday, December 5th, 2022 Town of Lyons Board of Trustees meeting to order. Could we have the roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Rosen,
Present?
Mayor Pro Tem Farrell,
Present.
Trustee Delman,
Present.
Trustee Dottie,
Present.
Trustee Edding,
Present.
Trustee Elson,
Present.
and Trustee Williams.
Present.
Thank you. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Right, I think Trustee Dolman got there first. Is there any discussion about the agenda? Call for a vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you, everybody. We'll take a reflective moment of silence. Thank you. So now's the time for audience business. Anybody who wishes can address the Board of Trustees on any topic, except for our public hearing tonight about Mud Hut. We'll take public comment during that portion of the agenda. Is there anyone first in the room who wishes to speak? No? Okay. Anybody online who wishes to address the board? Doesn't look like it. No, okay. Then we'll move on to Sergeant Chris, Boulder County Sheriff's Office report.
All right, thanks. Good evening, everybody. I have kind of a short report tonight. So I'll start out with the holiday parade. Went off fantastic, no issues, no complaints from our end. With dispatch or anything with the new route. We've been doing this now for a couple of years, so it's pretty well solidified. I think people are getting really used to the traffic pattern. And again, we still try to accommodate any locals that get mixed up into the route and need to make that right-hand turn on the high street or what have you. We try to always accommodate that, but everything went good there. We are looking at, I keep promising you guys a date for our substation open house. So I did talk with Sergeant Sears, and we're going to try to make this a little bit closer to the switchover of me leaving and him coming in. So tentatively, we're going to look at January 23rd for the open house at the substation. Maybe in the afternoon, like a 4 to 6, 4 to 7 type of thing, and have cake and stuff, and have the sheriff's facilities open for people to come in and meet and greet and see everything. So that's on the agenda. I'm going to get with the co-responders. I'll make sure that date works for them before I actually really solidify it. I did not, I was not able to get the crime stat. I usually like to do that at the first board meeting of the month, but I'll have it for you on the next one. They will be coming in shortly, but just didn't have time to get them established for you guys for the past month. So speaking of crime, I want to give, I want to give a huge shout out to your incoming chief here, Cody. So the flock cameras, we got our first really good hit, and it turned into a really big deal off a couple thefts that happened here in town. And Sergeant Sears dug into the camera system, and we found a suspect vehicle. So it was a few days later, we picked up that vehicle, and they're associated with a bigger ring of stuff. Still an ongoing investigation, but we did take 3 people into custody, and it all started with the black cameras here in Lyons. So that was a real big success, and that just goes to kind of what we've been trying to promote the whole time with it, is that it's that type of tool for us to use. So it's proven its wealth already with just getting up and running. So But again, Cody spent a lot of time really researching the data in the camera the following day. As soon as I got the summary, I saw that we had the attempted theft and then the actual theft here in town, and I got right online with Cody and said, hey, can you check the clocks? And he's like, I'm already on it. And a few hours later, we were looking at some suspect vehicles. So
Great.
exactly what it's designed for, and it's exactly what we're doing. So hopefully, that word will be getting out. This is really going nationwide. It's a huge company, and you really cannot go anywhere without hearing about it. We're in a network of agencies across the US where we can share cameras with everybody, and I get hits every single day from, oh, Houston PD, Pueblo, wherever, you know, has their system up. It's very, very well. It's just a great system. So I just want to always put that plug in there, especially that we got our first really good meeting. So that is really all I have for tonight.
Any questions for Sergeant Chris?
No, I just want to say thank you so much for making sure everybody was safe during the parade route, and it was a huge success. I've seen so many comments from local residents just saying it was the best parade ever. So kudos to your staff, kudos to our staff here at the Town of Lyons Public Works Department.
Thank you. Yes, Public Works was on my list too, because Justin and them, they just do a fantastic job. And I had made mention earlier in an earlier meeting, I kind of reversed the closing system that I usually have on Justin, and he was a little confused, and I was like, no, this is the way we do it. And it worked out flawlessly, but I called him up as I was driving out of town. I was like, no, Justin, you were right. We usually do it the other way. So, but I'll make sure Cody does it the right way next year. So, but the Lyons town staff always does great, and Main Street looks fantastic. The lights are awesome.
Are you up to the task, Cody? Because it's, you know,
Yeah, I get it.
most important of your career.
Yeah, great.
Well, and I'd like to say thank you as well. It was fantastic. And I want to give a special shout out, since we're early in the evening, to Mr. Edward Keene, who saved the day by going and getting a bicycle pump to fix the flat tire of the golf cart that Santa was on. That I happened to be driving. No correlation. So, Ed, if you're listening, thank you.
You get something extra in his stocking.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Sure.
One more, I would be remiss to not give a huge shout out to Kim Mitchell, who did a fantastic job organizing the whole thing and communicating about it. So good job.
Okay, so we will then move on to our ordinances. Sorry, Attorney Dittman.
Oh, I had just one comment on the parade as well, and I just wanted to thank everyone for not throwing candy in the street for the most part. I really appreciate the improvement over prior years, and I didn't have it nearly as many scary moments as I usually have during the parade, so I greatly appreciate that.
Good from a liability perspective, huh?
Correct, yeah.
Right, thank you. Good night. Okay, so the first public hearing we have is public hearing resolution 2022-107. A resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a drive-up window for Mud Hut LLC's proposed restaurant establishment at 4033 Ute Highway, having met the standards of the Lyons Municipal Code conditional use review criteria in section 16-7-30 and permissible as a conditional use in the Business B zoning district under section 16-3-190C of the Lyons Municipal Code. We have a staff report, please.
We do. Thank you, Mayor Rogan and the board. Staff report is somewhat of a reiteration of other items you've heard before, but just to go back and give a little backstory to this conditional use request. The parcel is located at 4033 Ute Highway in Lyons. And if I could share my screen quickly or semi-quickly. We'll provide the audience online a visual and members of the public and board of trustees here this evening. So this is the parcel of land asking for a conditional use. The conditional use, as mentioned, is allowed recently under ordinance 1136 that was adopted on November 21st by the board of trustees. the conditional use pertains to the principal allowed use of a restaurant. So the proposal is for a trailer-based coffee shop, coffee cart, coffee kiosk that will be able to be moved in and out quickly if necessary under emergency conditions, and has quick disconnects for water, sewer, and electrical utilities. This request that you're entertaining this evening is for just the drive-up window. It's not the development review. This is a minor development review, which is done at a staff level. So we're not questioning this evening the actual proposed use, but rather the conditional use therein. So the drive-up window will be a new, relatively new concept for us, and especially new in the B zone since that ordinance of November 21st. This will be the first instance by which it will be utilized. The applicant this evening, Mud Hut LLC, requests this conditional use because it's part of their business plan. Really, without a drive-up window, this makes their business plan moot. Moot? Makes it mute. I also can't talk. But makes it moot. So really the conditional use, if it is not approved, would kill the business plan. One thing to consider is our current comprehensive plan from 2010 under economic development objective 1.3.1 encourages the town of Lyons to assist in whatever way possible the nurturing of businesses and entrepreneurship. So that's something that certainly that should reside at a high capacity or a high level in your entertaining of this proposal tonight, because it's an unusual concept, and but it's one that the staff feels is appropriate for this location, and the applicant has been diligent in pursuing this kind of novel angle for a business on a parcel of land that's been vacant for a long time. There's 2 B zone parcels within the town of Lyons, both of which have been vacant for many, many years. And as such, staff feels comfortable with our review of the 10 criteria that a conditional use must meet. We've gone back and forth with the applicant on items that were missing over time, and everything now is up to speed. So we'll leave it to your review. The recommendation of the PCDC was to approve this, and that was a unanimous recommendation under their resolution 10 that was approved last week.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Planner Kim? Mayor Pro Tem.
I just had a question because in the packet there was, this is just more of a technical thing, but in the packet there was information that was not really provided to this until this morning. I am able to comfortably make a decision on this, but I'm concerned. I know several of our board members do work. If it hadn't been reviewed, should we consider putting this to a date certain? Is there any chance we could unshare the screen?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'll ask, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And so I'll ask the board, are you comfortable making a decision about this tonight, given the late information?
Not so sure.
You're not so sure? Okay.
Yeah, I'm the same, so I could go either way.
I'm comfortable.
Did you?
I just want to reiterate to the board, and Brandon, you can confirm this, that the information that's required to be publicly noticed, well, within a minimum of 24 hours was indeed posted. think what was included today actually went up yesterday. We posted everything yesterday in the afternoon, so I'm not sure what late information you're referring to.
Yeah, I can confirm that only the resolution really is necessary from a legal perspective to be able to, but I understand the concern. So I think it's really up to the individual trustees about what their comfortability level is.
The only thing I updated today was the signed planning PCDC resolution in support of this, because I didn't have the signed copy until this morning, so, but everything else went up yesterday.
But the unsigned copy was up previously, is that right? Claire Vasquez?
No. No, I just did the staff report and the application package. Yeah, yesterday.
Planner Kevin?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This morning as well, there were 11 letters that were submitted by the applicant, and those were uploaded this morning. So those were letters of support. And I could read those into the record if necessary, but they're emailed letters that the applicant submitted that were letters of support for this. Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, okay, so there was one piece of information that I thought looked different, was that the circulation in, it looks like there's only one access into the property and out. Is that correct? And can we see that? And can you explain that CDOT has agreed to that?
I can, yeah, I'd be happy to share that. So if we take a look at that, hold on 1 minute while I share my screen. Bear with me here. I see it on my screen and it just needs to show up on your screen. There we go. Okay, so I believe this is what you're referring to, Mayor Pro Tem Farrell?
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so this is a circulation pattern and essentially a traffic plan that was submitted by the applicant or I should say that demonstrates the one ingress egress access for the site. If you look to the southern portion of it here, this entrance off of US 36 has been deemed to not be available by CDOT, by the Colorado Department of Transportation. It's too close to the adjoining entrance to U-Pumpit, which is to the south, to the southeast. So CDOT has determined that the one access point will be this western entrance. So traffic will enter from the right turn in only, and circulate around the food truck trailer that will continue in a pattern to leave after receiving their order, and then leave back onto US 36 Highway 66 by right turn only as well.
I'm curious, will one car be able to pull in while one car is pulling out at the same time?
If there are two cars here, yeah, a professional traffic study was conducted, and CDOT determined that the entrance, the ingress egress standards that they need were satisfied. So in my mind, that means that one car can be entering and one car can be leaving simultaneously.
And are the blue lines representing parking spaces?
These blue lines
Yes.
here, right? Yeah, those are representing in case there were some sort of overflow of traffic. Let's just say that there's a higher demand than what is anticipated at a given point. Someone can pull in to this portion of the site and be essentially temporarily stationed there until their order is ready. And these two lines here represent employee parking.
Can you just explain what the pink line is too, please?
Yeah, great question. So the pink line is the proposed pedestrian access. So there is a sidewalk, a public sidewalk along US 36, which actually has been improved just over the past couple of days by request of CDOT. That access point was going to be blocked using boulders or other forms of barricade, but late in the game a couple of weeks ago, CDOT required the applicant to remove the driveway apron here and replace it with sidewalk curb and gutter at the applicant's expense, which the applicant has performed. So this pink line represents access from the sidewalk, where there's also a Lyons Flyer bus stop here. So in theory, someone could get off the bus and walk up, and that will cross traffic. There will be assigned pedestrian crossing for pedestrians to also access the ordering window.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I just want to be clear that it looks like a majority of the board feels comfortable moving forward with a decision tonight. So that's what we'll do, just to be clear. And then Trustee Edding, I think you had a question.
Just a couple more questions on that thing. So CDOT did see this and approved it, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so that means number 5 of the municipal code that we need to evaluate hazardous conditions. And so that's what you use to satisfy number 5.
Is CDOT's accepting that this is
Okay.
by virtue of a third-party traffic engineer's study.
Perfect. All right.
Yeah.
They know much more than we do. But how many cars can wait in line before they back up on the road?
That's a good question. I will have to leave that to the applicant. I'm not certain how many cars can be in queue at that window.
Well, what did CDOT determine on that?
CDOT's determination was that the proposal was adequate for the number of cars anticipated for the whole project. So I'm not certain of that distance. You know, a variable would be, how long is a vehicle? Is it a truck? Is it a small car? Is it a motorcycle? Is it a bike? So it's hard to say.
Yeah, I understand. So my concern would be, there's a Wendy's in Boulder that has a drive-through and they all wait in the street, which I just don't think is a good idea, especially along this highway. So I'm
Right.
concerned about how many cars can actually wait before they start backing up on the street. But if CDOT approved it, again, they know much more than we do, so.
Right, and it's understandable to have that concern. I mean, none of us are traffic engineers as far as I know. I'm not, it was required, it was incumbent upon the applicant to hire a third-party traffic engineer, and CDOT approved it. So it is possible in theory that traffic could back up onto US 36, but the applicant also has ideas in case that should happen, which is useful. Yeah, and that said, this is relatively close to the traffic light at Stone Canyon McConnell, which will also assist in traffic conditions.
Yeah, that was my only concern is safety. And as long as the applicant is aware, cognizant, and able to train any employees, and being able to evaluate how far back that line goes, and that asking, requesting that clients park if need be. So allowing vehicles to move forward. I think that's really upon the applicant to be able to monitor that situation. And anybody who's working that window.
Oh yeah, that's certainly
I mean,
the case.
hopefully the window is big enough that you can actually see out and see the entrance. I'm not sure what that looks like, how it's set up, if you can see from the window as
Yeah.
the entrance.
I'm pretty sure you will be able to, by way of, my understanding of the height of the trailer, which is, just a couple feet off the ground itself, and the way the windows are and how the land is clear now. This is no longer imagery of what the site looks like. It's been substantially cleared if anyone's been past it. So you have a pretty great view shed of US 36.
Well, I'm just wondering the way the food truck is set up right now with that black rectangle,
Mhm.
is the window facing directly, south of there where that boundary line is, that blue boundary line? Or is there one on the end, on the west end there, where it can see the entrance?
Right. Yeah, that's another great question that I think is best answered by the applicant. But I foresee that there will be some window that would allow for a view of what the action is outside in case there's a situation that needs to be remedied.
I think I would be willing to approve if I knew.
Well, we're just
Yeah.
asking. Yeah. Do you have another question?
No, I was ready to make a motion. You're ready.
No, well, wait, we still have to have the public thing. Yeah, and, okay. Does the applicant have a presentation for us tonight?
Oh, that's right.
Yes, in the middle.
Good evening. I'm Feeny Sparks. I live at 204 Second Court now in Lyons. So we did move finally. And I don't have a presentation per se, but I'm very happy to answer questions because I think that's most fruitful because it addresses the direct concerns or, questions that are out there. So.
Okay, go ahead, trustee Darcy.
Okay, great. So if you could kindly show us on the food truck rectangle where the window will be, that would be really helpful.
Can I step there? You have a little. The reason why we moved the food truck from the original, very careful, from the very original location that was here to over here is to allow more cars to wait in line. This location here, which was the first one, like in this kind of angle alongside that path or street, would have been more visible for cars coming down the highway. So I said, okay, the visibility is really important for guests or tourists that come by. But I thought what was more important is to make space. I just wanted to say this real quick because of that very legitimate concern about backing up cars. So that was one of our several steps we took or preparation, hopefully, to prevent any kind of backup. And that changed how the food truck was located. So the food truck has a very large drive-up window here. It has a small window here, and it will have a window down, not down, out the back, but it also will have cameras there as well. So we will see it physically, like looking out, but we also will have a camera that will show us that too. Plus we have, should I go back to the microphone?
Sure.
Or do
Yeah.
you want
If
to-
you're done pointing.
We also have other measures that we thought about, and one is a little sign that we will put up. If the line is backed up until here, like if that car that is at that spot needs it, please circle around. So we have the option to circle around the waiting cars. We have not only the blue lines for the areas that show that the cars can park there to wait for the order. We can also have the cars just leave if they cannot wait. There's enough space to just then head out if they maybe don't have more things to do in life than just wait for a coffee. And then we also have an additional little bay area on the other side of the berm where we can get out the door and bring the coffee too. So we have several areas of cars that could wait for orders too. To prevent this, because we don't want anything that,
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a question?
And share the screen.
Oh, okay, you're good. Okay. Other questions? Trustee Williams, trustee Wilson? Okay,
Okay, so again, I'm just trying to visualize in my mind a vehicle that wants to go around. So you said there's going to be a sign, which is great. I don't know if the sign is right at the entrance or if it's
She said
near the window.
car where there wouldn't be anyone. To, you know, the last car that she.
Right. So the last car being at the highway there.
well, like that, I would rather do the sign not at the very last car, but like the second to last.
Okay,
So we would have possibly like that one last car coming
right.
without clogging anything.
Okay. So there would be room at that point then to go around?
Yes, that's the plan.
Okay.
Mhm.
To circle or pull in those lot.
Either those or that little bay that is actually not pointed out on the little drawing, but there's a little bay area where just a pretty large truck can actually wait and sit and not hinder any traffic. And really, we have to see how it goes too. At first, you might have a little bit more customers because people want to check it out. I hope they will. And then we have to see how the regular day business is going and to what points of the day we have maybe more traffic or less. And excuse me, and how we handle it then. Like to stay flexible and open-minded is very important in the actions. But before we don't really know what the business produces on like that people actually really like, coming in hundreds. We really simply don't know. There is no telling how the feedback will be. But I think what's really important and what we are all willing to do is to adjust to whatever it shows to be, if that helps. You good? Okay. So if there are no more questions, I will open the public hearing. Would anybody like to speak on this topic? Not seeing anybody in the room, seeing anybody online, but that's good. Okay, then I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
You weren't here last time, so I got good at this. I'm sorry. Okay, so I move to approve resolution 2022-107, the resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado.
Yeah, move it away from you. There you go.
Thank you. Approving a drive-up window for Mud Hut LLC's proposed restaurant establishment at 4033 Ute Highway, having met the standards of the Lyons Municipal Code conditional use review criteria in section 16-7-30 and permissible as a conditional use of the business B zoning district under section 16-3-90 C of the Lyons Municipal Code.
Well done, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? No? Okay, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem? Perfect, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. Congratulations. Thank you for your patience. I know this is a long process. We appreciate you. Okay. Moving on, we have a public hearing for resolution 2022-108, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, levying general property taxes for the 2023 budget year. Is there a staff report?
Yes.
Oh, Director Eystone, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, everybody. As a reminder, the property tax mill levy for the town is set by the Board of Trustees every year. The town approves the town approved mill levy is 19.522 mills. However, as you may recall in previous discussions, state law prohibits the town from exceeding a 5.5% increase in property tax revenue every year. This number does not include growth figures, just to keep that in mind. But what this does is often results in a mill levy credit to the taxpayers each year, meaning we don't typically levy the full 19.522 mills. The 2023 budgeted property tax revenue numbers were based on the preliminary assessed valuation that was provided by Boulder County Assessor's Office earlier in the summer. By law, the assessors are required to provide staff with a final valuation no later than December 10th of each year. So this number has been provided to staff at the end of November, and the result was an increase in the final assessed value of the town by approximately $165,000 and a decrease in the valuation of new construction by about $39,000. So this combined impact of these changes luckily only results in a difference of about $690 in annual revenue from what we had in the budget. So that's great. When you take into account the 5.5% revenue limitation, what this does is results in a 2023 mill levy of 17.932 mills, which leads to a temporary tax credit of 1.59 mills for the taxpayers. This is going to generate about $806,000, a little bit over in annual revenue from the mill levy. That's going to be used for general operations and capital expenditures for the 2023 budget year. And town staff is required to certify the mill levy to Boulder County no later than December 15th of each year, which is why we're bringing it forward tonight. This concludes my staff report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Eystone. Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Director Eystone, can you say what the number is that is going to be in our general operation added now? The revenue generated.
The revenue. Sure.
Thank you.
806,462.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, if there are no more questions, I will open the public hearing. Anybody like to speak? Mill levy? Anybody online?
No one's raised their hand.
Okay, we'll close that public hearing then and we'll entertain a motion.
Thank you, Trustee Eddie. I move to approve Resolution 2022-108, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, levying general property taxes for the 2023 budget year.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem?
That's thumbs up.
Okay,
Motion
great.
passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Director Eystone. Okay, and next we have a first reading of ordinance 1138 and ordinance of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, amending Article 4, Chapter 13 of the Lyons Municipal Code for the purpose of increasing the service rates for wastewater utility service.
Story of missing four. So yep, we have ordinance first reading here to increase the wastewater utility rates. It would increase both the base fees and the usage charges by 8%. You may remember from the budget that this was already included in the budget for the revenue side of the wastewater. And that still leaves the water wastewater fund with a $270,000 loss that's coming out of the fund budget, fund reserves. So we have discussed the possibility of a couple of one-time influxes to the wastewater plant in the next couple of years. One of them, the sale of the old water treatment plant. Some of the other discussion that will be later on this evening on the cash in lieu. And then we have the bond that will be finished up in 2024. So that will free up $300,000 per year that's paid out. So there was some discussion and trying to decide if this was enough of a rate increase
to cover it for now. And see where we're at going on in the future. Otherwise, we can have more discussion on what we would think there would need to be. The UEV did review it and did feel that the 8% increase was appropriate. It is part of the municipal code to do the CPI rate increase each year. And so, again, we've been very back and forth on that because we've had to do some rate increases more than that in 1 year, and then the next year we haven't done it because of all the various issues of the wastewater plant and the way that fund has been going over the years. So we did feel that, or they did feel that this was appropriate at this time. And if it helps, I guess one would be that the average user uses 3,000 gallons in wastewater. That's what the average residential bill is. And so it would be about $510 per month or $61.20 per year for the average residential Lyons customer increase for wastewater.
That's one thing. My numbers show more like 25.
In a year.
But go ahead, we can keep them.
Right, you're doing 3.
Yep. 150 on the base. And then less than $1.05 for, so it'd be $3, $4.50 a month times 20.
Said the rate sheet up, I shouldn't have closed it.
Sorry about that. Let me see what that is when you do it that way. 54.
Right, I thought it was $1.10 per 1,000 gallons.
54, but still, I guess that's close. And that's in a year, $54 a year. Somewhere between those two numbers.
Director Calvin, does that conclude your report?
Yeah.
Okay, so questions?
Yeah, and we studied this during our budget session, and so we knew we were gonna be doing this, but I thought it was already in our code that we raise it by CPI every year.
It is.
So procedurally, why are we doing this? Wasn't it just automatic?
Because in the actual Lyons Municipal Code, there's a chart that lists the amount. So to update that chart, we have to update. the code.
Okay, part of the municipal code.
Okay, so we have to go through this procedure.
Every time.
Okay,
It was once presented to do it by resolution, but it did not pass the board that received it at that time.
uh-huh.
So we have to do it by ordinance so that the chart gets updated.
Okay, all right, thanks.
That's a great question. Attorney Dittman?
Yeah, Trustee Edding really pointed out the issue, but I was gonna put out the specific reference in the code, which is 13.353, which is what is being referenced, where it says that on January 1st of each year, the base for any additional rate shall be increased by CPI, more or less. And I also want to add quickly, as part of my position as the CAMU attorney, the Association of Municipal Utilities, I will say this rate increase is very much in line, if not less than what most municipal utilities are doing right now for electric and for wastewater and water, just because of inflation. And so we're seeing across the board pretty significant rate increases. And I just want to make that known. You may notice that from your Excel gas bill as well, the significant increase you may have seen recently, which is due for a number of factors, including Winter Storm Uri. But another significant portion of that is just the inflationary pressures within the utility sector. And so I just want to, in case you were wondering, why we're doing this in addition to the code reasons, there's a lot of inflationary pressure in the utility sector in particular.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Do we still not have an option, though, to consider not this rate increase, but perhaps, if we were to receive some cash in lieu of, if we were to sell the defunct wastewater treatment facility, and receive monies in that way to offset or even wipe out the 270,000 loss? Can we do that?
Attorney Dittman?
Yeah, so as we've discussed before in other contexts, no past board can bind a future board. So even though the code says you shall, you would always have the option to change it. And I was going to mention this as well, I forgot, but the board has at any time, regardless of what this code says, the ability to increase or lower its rates. And we do see that from time to time, particularly right after COVID in 2021, several municipal utilities, including Carl Springs municipal utilities, lowered their rates because they had less use on the system for 2020. And so they do an annual rate case, Carl Springs, and they determine their cost of service went down because there's less users during COVID, less overall use on the system. And so, yeah, there's nothing stopping you as a board from saying we're going to increase this by CPI now, and then in the future we're going to lower it to account for some of those factors you mentioned, or if it turns out we need more, the utility needs more money to function properly, they do another increase next year. And so you can go either way. There's nothing stopping you from doing that.
Okay, and then I do have a second question. What is the fire protection district number? I actually tried to find it in the municipal code and could not find what this fee is.
The fire protection district
Yes.
is a flat fee of, no, it was $49.65, and so this would go up 8% for them also, would be to $53.60.
Right, but can you explain what it's for? And does this?
The fire protection district had that charge for as far back as I can remember, since I had joined the UEB 7 or 8 years ago. They just had a flat fee. I'm not sure how that was determined. We could go back and look into it.
Some of that history, that agreement came. What did I
Pull out a cable there, maybe just push that in.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear properly.
Don't know.
It's under your chair.
I think they're looking for something.
Okay.
Yeah, we disconnected the screen for a second. We're just
Oh,
reconnecting.
okay.
Okay.
It's nice to listen to our disembodied voices.
We're almost there.
Oh, now, where did the Zoom go?
There we go.
Okay.
Sorry about that,
Sorry
everybody.
about that. What I was going to say is the history on that is they came to an agreement because the fire protection district provides their services to the town. They were all volunteer. So that agreement came, and I think it was a little higher than 49 something. I thought it was a little bit higher than that, but it doesn't matter how much they use for training. You'll see them standing there just rolling out the hoses. They'll pay that flat rate fee because of the services that they provide to the town. And that can be looked at any time by the utilities director or the board, but that same amount has been in place since Gary Cinnamon was here. That's been a long time.
So it does pay for all the fire outside of town too?
Yeah.
When they respond to other districts and our district outside of.
I'm just,
So maybe that's something to take a look at in the future.
with their mill levy increase, I kind of would be interested in reviewing that.
Yeah. Okay, we'll put that on a future agenda.
And this is first reading too, so it can always come back as part of second reading as well.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions before we get into discussion?
Yeah, I've got one more question. As far as the rate for like residential per 1,000 gallons, it says it's going from $13.50 to $14.60 per month, right?
Yeah.
But also in our packet was that letter from Longmont, and that had a rate per 1,000 gallons as well. And can you tell me what's the difference between those two rates? Because that was like a
Water, this is wastewater.
gotcha. So,
Yeah.
okay, so
Unrelated.
totally not related. Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. I would entertain a motion and we can have some discussion.
This is first reading, right?
Yeah.
So we can think about it and come up
Well,
together.
yeah.
All right.
So are you making a motion?
Oh, I can't. Just a second, I was going to a different thing.
Somebody
got it?
I have it.
Thank you.
I move to approve ordinance 1138, an ordinance increasing the wastewater utility rates on first reading And to schedule a public hearing and second reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. Discussion. David?
I don't have any discussion other than think about it for second reading.
Well, if there are things that
You were to
you're
ask.
thinking about wanting to include for second reading, now would be the time to talk about those.
Good.
I don't know if I missed a discussion, if the discussion already happened around the actual percentage. Did we discuss that at the budget workshop?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. So this sounded like the number that corresponded to inflation.
It's a government number.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem?
Go ahead, Attorney Denman. Actually, I'd be curious to hear what you have to say.
I was gonna ask for Aaron to state what I think it 7 or 8% is CPI?
8%.
8%, that's what I thought. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So I'm kind of curious, and I know this is discussion, but it's still really ultimately a question. I think it is because my gut feeling right now feels that this is, while I understand from a budget standpoint that we did discuss this, as I'm seeing these numbers, it really feels painful. And I'm concerned about this increase. These numbers they're big numbers. And so I'm leaning towards the idea that we bring back selling the wastewater treatment plant, and that we bring back some of this idea that you had proposed, staff is proposing, that we consider perhaps we can have some better numbers along that line and ready for second reading. Because right now I would like to look for alternatives to see what we can be doing first on our end before we ask for this kind of a rate increase from the citizens starting in January.
Other thoughts? Trustee Williams?
My understanding is we don't really have much choice in this. So we have it's the law, correct? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so to me, that kind of settles it. And I also recognize with all things wastewater at this point, I'm not going to use the obvious metaphor.
Other thoughts? I hate to increase rates on anything right now for our ratepayers. But this is the wastewater fund, and we have to think about the health of the fund. And what I would say is, first of all, I'll ask, and I can ask during your administrator's report if you like, what the status is of selling that property in Apple Valley. But I do think that once that property is sold, which it will be, once we pay off the bond, we immediately look at lowering the wastewater rates to the extent that we possibly can and keep the fund healthy.
And then once we know about that congressional directed spending.
And Administrator Dennison just reminded me that once we know about the congressionally directed spending, which is the $300,000. Sorry. I think we can't have both. Yeah. Once we know about that, if we do receive that, that's another opportunity to lower rates. So. Administrators.
In regard to Mayor Pro Tem's comments, the rates haven't been raised, even though the code says they're to be raised every year, because we were in a worldwide pandemic. They chose not to for 2 years as well. So I do feel as if we have, we did try to make concessions during very difficult times. $5 a month to me is not for the majority of the people living in Lyons, is not probably a hardship. I do want to remind people that, there are some assistance funds available for utilities if people need help with that. And also, we're always willing to work on payment plans with people if it becomes
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have any additional comments?
Yes, thank you. The last comment that or question actually that I ended up in having is, I find this a little bit confusing, but I understand that all customers pay a flat town water provide rate. And we're going to say $106 for now is what's proposed.
There's only 4 customers who pay that.
Who are those customers? It says all customers.
No, all flat rate customers.
So there are certain customers, just like part of what would be for the fire department. On the water side, they pay just a flat rate. So back before they started trying to bill the wastewater based on water volume, it was a flat rate way back in the day. I thought we were down to maybe even only one customer. Maybe there's water, the CenturyLink building, I think is the only building left that's on a flat rate and has never been forced to change over. They actually pay more now on the flat rate than if they would change over, but most customers are on the residential consumer with meter. This would be customers who did not have a meter, because back in the day, people didn't even have a water meter. They were just set a flat rate. So all the residential customers that I know of have a meter. There may be one more besides the CenturyLink building that doesn't have one. But they pay the base rate of $22.65 currently. That's going up 8% to $24.45, which is just under $2 per month. And then they also pay the rate of $13.50 per 1,000 gallons. And that's going up to $14.60. So that's going up $1.10 per 1,000 gallons. So I was just stating how the average wastewater usage for a resident is 3,000 gallons. So multiplying that by 3, you have 330 plus 180 was the 510. And then, there is, and I know everyone can't do it, but we do want to also be cognizant if you can reduce your water, right, by 1,000 gallons, you could save $14.60 a month. So if you can reduce it, it does help for the conservation side. Again, if you're at 3,000, dropping to 2 may be difficult, but I see a number of residences who have that. So it probably depends on family size and things like that.
Well, and now's a really good time to try to conserve that, Erin, because right now we're in the months of where we use December, January, and February of your water consumption. Every March you get a new sewer bill. So, but it's typically the months we're busier inside with family and stuff, but we don't base it off of the high volume when in the summer when you're watering your lawn. We use these 3 months now. So if you conserve water now, it helps with your sewer bill in March.
That's a good public service
Yeah.
announcement
Mhm.
to put in an e-blast maybe. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah,
ahead.
so because it's just slightly hard to hear, I just want to make sure that I am understanding correctly that if I, as a customer, and I'm going off of the new rates, I think I did, is that, and I'm going to be an average customer of 3,000 gallons per month, then I'm estimating about $68 a month in wastewater bill. But then I'm also going to pay an additional $53. So, each month I'm over $120 for wastewater because some of that's going to the fire protection district.
No, that's their fee. Sorry. Again, these are individual rates for each class of customer. The fire station itself pays that rate for wastewater. You're not paying it. Each one of those lines is one individual line. You only pay the base rate and the average January, February, March water usage. If you're in the customer memo, you have those 2 rates that you pay each month. So you pay $22.65 for a base. That's going up to $24.45. And then depending on how many 1,000 gallons you use, you go up from $13.50 to $14.60 for those So again, it is only $5.10 more per month for the average 3,000 gallon user.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm trying to get a better understanding of what the average monthly number is, because I don't know that most people are going to factor out. So I'm trying to understand that the average customer is going to be paying about $68 a month using $3,000 or 3,000 gallons.
Correct. Compared to right now, it's $63 a month and it's going up to $68 a month.
That's what I wanted.
And no customer resident is paying a monthly fee that's to the fire district that's $53. That's the fire district's fee.
Yeah.
Correct.
That wasn't clear, and I was really struggling with that number.
Well, right, at
Okay.
the top, those are types of consumer. So each of those are different types of customer.
Thank you. I have a better understanding now.
Okay. Thank you for the question, because I'm sure you weren't the only one there. Okay, any additional questions or comments? Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table. I will call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem? All right, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you, everybody. Okay, Clerk Vasquez, would you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Yes, item 1 is resolution 2022-109. Resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the second amendment to the construction agreement with JUB Engineers Incorporated for the Safe Routes to School Pedestrian Bridge Project. Item 2 are the December accounts payable, and item 3 are the November 21st, 2022 Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
This is covering them for unpaid parking. Is that supposed to be on here?
Yeah, I have it on mine.
I do too.
Do I have a different?
That was your number 2 that got,
Yeah,
That got taken off. Will you read it in for me?
yes. And the last consent item is resolution 2022-110, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, waiving paved parking in driveway areas and primary access to parking facilities in accordance with section 16.820B of the Lyons Municipal Code. And this is in regard to the Mud Hut LLC project.
thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
A motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Elson. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Is there anything anyone would like to remove from consent tonight? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, 2 and 3. And honestly, I must have missed that last one and didn't see it in the packet. So I don't feel like I can vote on that one.
Okay, and by that last one, you mean resolution 2022-110
For Mud Hut.
for Mud Hut?
No, so I wanted to pull that one. Yes. Yes, 22-110, as well as the accounts payables.
Okay, so great. Anyone else? No? All right, so we will vote on consent as amended. Mayor Pro Tem?
Mayor Pro Tem?
We're voting on consent with your 2 items removed.
I understand, but I also I didn't see that last one about parking on my agenda sheet. So I don't feel like I can vote for it, so I'm not going to vote.
Voted on the website.
And it's been removed from consent right now, so we're not voting on that right now. Right now,
Thank
what we're voting on, yeah, we're
In that
voting on
case-
consent as amended. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Yep,
Motion passes.
It's hard with Zoom.
I know. I'm sorry. It's so tough on Zoom. I'm sorry. Okay. So Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to start with resolution 2022-110, which is the paved parking resolution?
Yes. So I was wondering if there should be, I've got to get to my document in here, if we should include words and or somewhere as that pertains to a driveway apron. Or is that a given?
It's CDOT.
It's already there. It's already there. It's
Right.
already there.
It's already there this week.
Planner, can we go?
Yeah, okay, so the driveway apron is something that would be within the CDOT right of way. So it would be something that they would have to approve. It wouldn't be something that the town of Lyons would grant approval to.
Okay, so it's not necessarily necessary to have something like that written into this to ensure that's taken care of.
That's right. Yeah, it is, again, the right of way of the state. So to have something written into this would be beyond our jurisdiction.
Okay, great. And then, but I would also like to take this opportunity because you do bring it up in the staff report that, that the PCDC, maybe we could direct staff in the PCDC to review our municipal code regarding paving, to write a better paving standard that includes a conditional use for unpaid parking lots in areas that are perhaps close to water, ditches and streams. So I just wanted to put that out there as direction. And in addition, I would like that to be a catalyst that we could also request staff and PCDC to look into updating our design standards for all of Lyons and not just what's been done, which I believe was downtown. And then other than that, I make a motion to approve resolution 2022-110.
Thank you. That was a great question too. So thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you, trustee Dottie. Any further discussion? Okay.
May I make a comment?
Sure.
I'd like to ask that the title be amended to include the Mud Hut LLC. Right now, it's very general. So in the future, when we try to search that, it's not going to show up. The title doesn't.
The title,
It's within the resolution, but
right?
usually we include, since it's only for that business.
Yeah. Attorney Jetman, how should we do this as errata?
Yeah, I think it was supposed to be in there. So
I think
so-
so too. I just wanted
so I
to-
think I think we all agree it can just be added at the end of that for the Mud Hut LLC without doing a formal amendment.
Okay, okay, great. Thank you for that.
Mhm.
Oops. Okay, so then I will call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem? Great.
Motion passes unanimously.
No problem. And now accounts payable. Mayor Pro Tem?
Sorry, I can't get my little thumb to go down. Maybe it'll disappear. Okay. I wanted to ask a question about the deep rooted garden and design for $8,500. And I know that CEMEX did not participate in the Christmas holidays with us this year, and I kind of understand that. But I was curious, I did notice that there were no street light strands on the Christmas, or excuse me, on the tree branches down Main Street. And we've had that in the past. And I was curious if that was in the scope of the work that was supposed to be done for the lighting.
No, the trees are not decorated by, not the small trees on Main Street. They're not decorated by Deep Root. They do the poles and the ornaments in which we need the tall bucket truck. The small ones are done by either volunteers and staff. And I think we had a couple new a new staff this year doing it. And I don't think they were quite as I noticed some of the branches have them, but not all of them like usual. I noticed it too. So, we'll look at that for next year. So
Okay,
Deep Rooted takes care of all the big trees in Sandstone Park and the Marquee Triangle and all of the electric poles and ornamental lights at the top.
okay. Okay, in that case, then I move to approve the BOT accounts payable for 12/5/2022.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I just have one question.
Yeah.
I have a question to follow up on the mandate of deep rooted garden. Is it possible to add that one big pine tree that's right in front of the dog grooming business? Is that, because it doesn't seem like it's possible to reach that height. Otherwise,
The town wants to cover it. Usually trees are the responsibility up to the curb of the business owner. Everything else we do is in the public right of way. So,
so none of the big trees on Main Street are.
we don't decorate any of those.
Okay.
But, I mean, we certainly could look at it. I looked at it recently and whoever maintains it has cut it all the way almost to the top. So certainly probably look for a bid, but normally, yeah, people decorate their own properties.
Right.
So, what are the chances of getting lights up in the trees that the staff take care of this year?
Up into the branches
Yeah,
further.
yeah,
I can ask Dave about that tomorrow.
okay.
Yeah, we have new staff working on it.
Yeah. I mean, the lights in general look beautiful. I don't want staff to think that they don't because they do.
I can ask Dave tomorrow if that's still possible.
Okay. Okay, so do we have a motion in a second, Attorney Dimon? I think we must.
I think we do.
Yeah, okay, great. Call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Can I do this or do I need to do the little yellow thumb?
I think
Is this-
you can do that.
Is this good enough? Okay, great.
Yeah. Okay. Boards and commissions. First, we have a short update from LAHC. Do we have Lauren? Hello,
Hi.
welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to very quickly share one slide, and that's it. I do not want to cut into the time of my colleague at the EAB. So good evening, everyone. My name is Lauren Click. My pronouns are she, her, and I am the chair of the Lyons Arts and Humanities Commission. Thank you all for your time this evening. We are coming back to you with a proposal to request to extend the mural that's on Town Hall to the north wall of the building. So you'll see here some sketches that were from the original west wing, and I would have included the image, but you can just walk outside and see it. We are all very, very, very happy and with the mural that Andrea Jones, local artist Andrea Jones, created for us, and we would like to expand it. You'll note that the bear and the snake and some other animals were not featured in this one for space reasons. And also we want to expand where the public walking on Main Street and soon to be expanded Broadway will be able to see it, even though it is obviously bright and exciting, but to see it from a different angle. We would also assume that Android would keep the same scheme and patterns. The north wall is about 60 feet, so it's a little bit larger than the west wall. We plan to go about seeking grants and fundraising, and we do have some already very interested community members and parties that are interested in continuing to support our local artist. You'll note that we did not seek funding for this from the town in 2023, in part because we just missed the budget deadline, but we also have a lot of other amazing projects going on. The timeline we would hope would be fundraising throughout 2023, a little bit longer timeline since we need to seek lots of external funds, and then installing in 2024. I spoke to Administrator Simonson, thank you, and she advised that it sounds like you don't need to vote, but we would obviously love a nod. We want to get your reassurance as board that this is something that you're interested in, maybe even excited about. And yeah, so I think I'll pass it back to the mayor. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Okay, so I think what Ms. Click is looking for is, are we as a board okay with Android Jones doing a mural on the north side?
Yep.
I'll even chip in some money for it, Lauren.
That's on public record.
I know. Mayor Pro Tem, did we get a thumbs up from you? Oh, you're muted. Okay, she's on touch. Okay, so it sounds like that's a go.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. We'll be back in
Nothing from the
January.
town budget. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Remember
we'll
to
be
get
back.
that check from Trustee Dottie.
And I'll head up to
Right.
other trustees, don't worry.
Thank you. We'll see you on January 17th to talk about an update on the Creative District and the Visitor Center. Thank you
Excellent.
all. Good evening.
Good evening. On the Creative District,
On the 19th.
on the 17th, January. Okay. Now we have updated recommendations from the Ecology Advisory Board. And I see Steve Sims.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Let me turn on my video feed. There we go.
there you go.
Good evening to Mayor and Board. Appreciate your time and appreciate Lauren's prior presentation. That was some good energy there. Much appreciated. In your packet, you received 2 items that I'd like to discuss with you this evening. One is related to a resolution in support of the town participating in a joint task force with Boulder County to update their county's park and open space weed management plan. The second item is just a modification to the BOT's goals and priorities pyramid. So to make it kind of quick, because you had the packet information and could read all the details. The first item with the weed management plans, the situation is quite unique due to the position of the town with open space and the close proximity of unincorporated open space on 3 sides of the town. So it does create a unique situation. And Boulder County's weed management plan is from 2014. Town of Lyons weed management plan is from 2019. So ours is much more current. We would like to review or have feedback on our proposed resolution. And maybe I leave it at that if all have read that, and then we can move on to the next item, which is just the priorities pyramid. So Mayor, I'll put it into your hands.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and talk about your proposed changes to our priority pyramid. I think we've probably all read them. And then we can have some time to actually have a discussion.
Okay. Mainly with the priorities that were generated probably 2.5, 3 months ago, the EAB felt that there was an ecological or natural resource perspective that was missed, to be blunt. And as we reviewed the pyramid and all the different categories, very little seemed to address ecological components. And yet the ecology of this community is pretty much the lifeblood for an economic driver. So as a priority of a BOT, I think in written form somewhere, at least addressed in the pyramid, addressing those items would make sense from our perspective. And so we were wondering if from the BOT's perspective, if it was just accidentally left out, or If you felt like you did already address ecological and natural resource components. So that is a perspective from your advisory board on natural resources.
And it's a valuable one, and I thank you for it. We all thank you for it. I will tell you that when, in the discussions as a board, when we were setting our goals and priorities, we talked about many, many, many things that didn't quite rise to the top this time. Now that we just had a comprehensive plan workshop earlier. So what we did as a board was kind of put the cart before the horse because the comp plan wasn't done, so we couldn't map goals and priorities up to the comp plan. So we now have the comp plan will be adopted hopefully next month. And we can look at revising our goals and priorities so that they do map up to the comp plan, so that we're sure we're all rowing down the river in the same direction, if that makes sense.
Sounds good.
Okay. So whether all of these strategies make it in, Mr. Sims, I'm not going to make any promises about that. Those are going to be, excuse me, some ongoing discussions. When it comes to the your resolution, I'm interested to see what the board thinks. I also know that the Lyons Climate Action Group has been meeting with the county. And from what I understand, making some progress in discussions with them. So I'd want to get their perspective too, before this board makes a decision about whether the town itself should or should not get involved. And I'd also want staff perspective on that as well. So anyone else's thoughts? Anything?
I have a question.
Yes, thank you.
I'm kind of curious. Steve, what do you see the difference between what you would want to accomplish with Boulder County and what the Lyons Climate Action Group is doing? So I guess I don't feel like I know enough between the two and what the goals are there. So kind of that would be helpful to know, but I almost wonder if it would be better or a really good idea to bring some sort of a workshop that we could discuss through this a little bit more too. So, but if you could help me understand some of the differences there or how you see you're fitting into a relationship with Boulder County more than what's described here, that would be helpful.
Okay, yeah, that's a good perspective. The Climate Action Group, I have to admit, I'm not familiar with all their proposals or they're working with Boulder County. The 2019 resolution that was adopted by the town of Lyons for our weed management plan, is a formalized document revised and adopted by a prior board of trustees and mayor. So it's a very formalized document where the Climate Action Group, I would imagine, I don't know if it's formalized in any fashion, but
well, I'll add a little insight there. I don't think that the Climate Action Group has any sort of formalized plans. They're currently in discussions with Boulder County and with the Boulder County weed management folks. And so I would suggest that you reach out to them, and I can connect you with them if you don't already know them, just to make sure that nobody's duplicating efforts. You know what I mean?
Good advice.
And then maybe, we can all work in concert.
I'd be happy to reach out to them and take that direction that you just proposed. That makes sense. And then see where Boulder County stands in revision of their weed management plan.
Yeah.
I can see it coming back to the BOT in some form of a resolution. And I guess the other question is, does this board want us to take that action? Do you want us as a board, and is it part of your priorities in your pyramid in a sense, to have your advisory board do some more digging and work in that direction and come back to you with more information, because it will definitely involve working with Boulder County.
Well, I think at this point, what we want to know is where the Lyons Climate Action Group is with this, since they're already talking with Boulder County. And it seems to me that I think Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion of having a workshop about this with the EAB and the Board of Trustees is a really good one, once we get some more information, and then we can decide how to move forward. In general, my personal opinion is that if it's an issue of working with Boulder County, it's town staff who should actually be doing the work with Boulder County. If that's the way that we decide that we want to go. But I think the first step, I think it's important to kind of not get ahead of ourselves and make sure we know what's happening. And so I think the first step is for you all to start talking to Climate Action Group and find out what they're doing. And then maybe bring that information back to us as a board, and we can have a joint workshop and then decide how we want to move forward.
Seems reasonable. Would you like Boulder County, someone with authority from Boulder County to be at that workshop?
I don't think so, not at this point. But if we do at some point, we can always set that up.
Definitely. You can make that next step. Okay, we'd be happy to connect those dots.
Thank you. That would be helpful. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have anything else to add? I feel like I cut you off and I apologize.
No, that's okay, because it's a different question, so that's no problem at all. I am curious about what the Lyons Sustainable River Corridor Action Plan for 2023 is. Is this, I don't quite remember something in the budget about this. So is this something that you all are wanting to do specifically, creating a plan, or were you having a hope to go out and seek a consultant of some sort? I was kind of curious what more information about that. And I don't know if that needs to be a part of a workshop, but I feel like I need a little more information there. But before you answer that question, I was just going to also recommend that we are about to adopt the comp plan. I mean, we're so close. I'm hoping it's this month, but it might be January. And maybe in a combination of making sure that you feel that you're comfortable with what's in the comp plan and these ideas, that they are also working together before we go too far down the road as well. So I just want to make sure that we're all working on the same level. But yeah, so there's that feedback. But if you could tell me what your thoughts are on what the new corridor action plan would be.
Okay, to repeat what I heard in a sense was that, like, that Sustainable River Corridor Action Plan, we also call it SCRAP, just as a kind of a quick acronym. But to make sure some of the notions that are in there are being captured in the upcoming comp plan, which it is. Dave Batts has been very active. Robert's been very active in having a focus on our river corridor with left-hand water district and so forth. So and then also these newer notions with weed management, having that also addressed in the comp plan or in there somewhere. So yes, if I heard you correctly, with the Sustainable River Corridor Action Plan version 2.0, version 1.0 was used at the time of the flood and was basically part of our vetting process for some of the contractors that were coming into our town to remediate the river restoration ecology based notion, as opposed to other methodologies for control of rivers and so forth, which are more hardscape and more concrete and rebar and more directed flows. So there's a very concerted effort at the time, and there were some subcommittees that have since been sunsetted, but basically an advisory document to help us vet contractors. Going forward, we want to keep our river corridor as natural as possible, with a lot of ecological focuses and a well-balanced riparian corridor, not only through the town, but the entire watershed. So our work with surrounding municipalities is very important for the continuity, even private landowners. So the second iteration of scrap is to address that, and the title will probably change a little bit. Right now it's still in edit, and it will be brought forward. And then we'll also, not only in the river corridor, but then we have uplands, and there'll be a second document related to the ecological health of our uplands. So there's two focuses. We've been working on those for many years, using starting to incorporate more GIS data and databases of information that Boulder County has, so we can save a lot of time and expense from reinventing the wheel within just the town of Lyons by using what Boulder County already has in their very formalized GIS databases and so forth.
So this is something you've already basically been working on, that you guys are doing, lack of a better word, in-house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and prior boards had us want to do it. Yeah.
Okay. That's good to know. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Sims? No. Well, thank you again for all your work and the EAB's work. It's really appreciated, and it is essential. And we will work on, excuse me, getting a joint workshop between the EAB and the BOT scheduled. And I will connect you with the climate action group, Steve, so that you guys can get on the same page. Sound good?
That'd be great. Thank you all very much for your time. Good evening.
Thank you. Good night.
Oh, there's a lot of Lyons people on.
Yeah. Okay. So now question, do we want to take a break before we go into general business? Yes. Okay, we'll take a short one, 5 minutes. Okay. You can.
My memo, almost the same.
You guys are still on audio, just FYI.
2022 annual water letter and discussion on cash in lieu options for water rights dedications.
And so I apologize, I did have a good one-page memo written up that I can still email to you, but I think I named it the same as the water letter, and so it didn't go up.
As a separate.
Okay.
But it's pretty quick, so I was gonna read through since you haven't seen it. I can help go through, that way if you guys have looked at the water letter,
Yeah.
try to briefly just go through what the different portions are. And starting with that is that we do follow Northern Colorado, if you guys, the Colorado Big Thompson or CBT shares water year, which runs from November 1st to the following October. So it gets a little confusing because you're not using a standard year. We have to go from November till October for when we're looking at water. So every November 1st, we write a letter and send it to Longmont. And that's what was in the packet. You may have noticed when we first put the packet up, I did not have the letter back from Longmont, but we got that Friday, and so we put that up so you could see their letter in return to us. No concerns in that letter, which is good, and just going over, reiterating what we said and giving a little more information. And so the letter usually reviews how many new service connections were made, what expectations the town has for the next 5 years, and where we stand with our water rights portfolio. It begins with an update on the number of service connections to the town's water system. I did want to point out, this is talking about what they call 3/4 inch equivalents. You could have different size water pipes going into your property. And how do you figure that when a 1 inch or a 1.5 inch is a lot more water than 3/4 inch? So you do it based on if all the lines were 3/4 inch. We do have a table in the Lyons Municipal Code that I give you reference to that you can then go look at when you get my memo that goes through because it's exponential. A 2 inch is the same as 6 3/4 inch meters. So to get up to 6 inch meter, you're talking 30 or 40. So you have to be aware of that. These numbers, that's not how many service connections we have, but it's a 3/4 inch equivalent. You might also notice the term in there, pre-existing commitments. That was listed for the new service connection that went in last year. So I think that was your service connection. In simple terms, a pre-existing commitment is a lot that was in town when we signed the IGA with Longmont. There are a few more terms. Brandon can come back and go through some of the legalese in the agreement that you have to meet, but for simplicity, it's a lot that was in town and meets these few other standards. And we're down to now only 4 lots in town that we've looked through twice now that look to be these pre-existing commitments. And a pre-existing commitment has some slightly different regulations in the IGA with Longmont, but most importantly, they were a part of the town when the town did the original dedication of CBT shares. And we dedicated shares for all the properties that they thought were going to be coming into town. Well, sorry, they dedicated all the shares of what was connected in town, and they left us extras to use for when new services connected. So we had a pool larger than we had to dedicate to Longmont. And so these pre-existing commitments are not required anywhere in the code to actually dedicate a share. There was a lot of back and forth. We changed that when we got nervous a couple of years ago. We changed it back again that they're not required. So those 4 lots can come in. They were already a part of the agreement. They will not need to bring water rights to town.
Okay, so they don't need to, but we do, right? That's
We then need to still dedicate those to Longmont.
from
Yeah.
our back.
So we are doing that for this one. We had 5. Well, and as I go through it, you'll see where we dedicate one of our shares and we did not get a new one to replace that.
Yeah, okay.
The letter then goes on to look at the estimated water requirements for the next 5 years. It uses the total water usage from the meter that sits at the pump station where Longmont sees how much water comes in. And then we take that and we divide it by the number of service connections. It's not perfect by any means. You're using a definite average there, right? You hope that over the years it balances out, but it does go up and down. You may see in the next water year that it drops down, but it's trending up over multiple years. Because we just happen to like now, Kiewit has used a lot of water. We're billing them, but they've used a lot of water for construction. And we may not have a project like that that's using our water that we bill them and we get reimbursed. So 1 year's water is just 1 year's water and it can fluctuate. And in that, then we were looking at what actual development are we aware of right now that we know is coming down. And so in 2023, we estimated the Lyons Valley townhomes would come online. That's the first ones in there for those 24. It's 16 single family and 16 of the multifamily. That gets into a little more confusion too, because multifamily are not required for one whole share. They're 0.7 tenths
Per unit?
Yeah. So that the multi-unit of 4 has to provide 2.8 acre feet worth of, or the equivalent of 2.8 CBT shares is what they would provide. Then in 2024, in 2023, Spirit Hound Distillers has said they were going to be upsizing their line to a 2-inch line. So we're going from 1 inch to 2 inch. And we put in what that expectation was, which I believe was 6 additional. No, it's in the water letter. I don't have that in front of me. In the 2024, we've included the new hotel development, along with 4 of the 8 parcels that have not been built over at McConnell and Carter Drive. There are 8 lots there that could be built and come into town. And so we were looking at the possibility of 4 of those with the development going on with Summit. There's even discussion now on those after this. So we had been looking at those might come in. In 2025, we just put out that the 4 other parcels might come in as an estimate. After that, it really, I guess that's the next section. So let me stop there.
Okay.
So that's where we were projecting for up to 2025 on the water and what we thought we told Longmont would be our needs in the next coming years.
And so the letter back from Longmont, which we have in our packet, does that just confirm that what we sent them is correct?
That they are okay with it. I mean, they don't know our estimates per se, but they looked at it and thought those estimates looked good. They are okay with what was done in the past and agreed with that.
Okay. Okay, questions for Director?
But no, sorry, I wasn't
Oh,
completely
sorry.
done.
Okay.
If you want the red, there's a few more things in that
Yeah,
letter.
no, please go ahead.
That's not in the packet. Because the next one, it talks about the FDP or flood damaged property. So after the flood, we had the number of properties that were in the buyout, and those had the houses being removed and the taps being removed. There was nothing in the agreement about how those would be handled, but in discussions with Longmont, it was like, well, we've already paid you, we were listed as using all of these taps. What can we do? So we developed an agreement where, okay, they would list those as, here's your pool of flood damaged property taps of 23. And then we could use those as we saw appropriate, as long as they were not used for a for-profit reason. So the first ones that got used were when the Habitat for Humanity housing came in. We were able to offer them 6 of those flood damaged property taps. The town had then used them for its new public works building, for the new restroom that just went in at the parking lot. We're now down to where there's 1 remaining flood damaged property tap. So basically it's a tap that's existing, it's on the books, but it's not really being used.
When you say tap, do you mean tap and share at this point, or?
Yes.
Okay, you do, you
For
mean
that one.
it's equivalent share per two in this scenario.
For these, yes. Because they were already a part of the water rights as well as the service charge for the tap, yes. It then goes on, the next list is some of the statistics with the town average and daily water usage. It gives a couple of possible scenarios to look at. This was the one I wanted to mention a little bit more. In that paragraph, we're trying to look at what we're gonna do going forward. We just did the comp plan, so in fact, before and even now, we're not necessarily sure what we're gonna do. We're talking about possible infill and improving development. So does that mean we could really grow at 5 new taps a year or something even more than that? So I wanted to put in there what it would look like if we just put in 1 tap per year, if it was the current process, and that would take us out to whatever I listed in there, 20 or 3,000 or something way out in the future. Or we could potentially reach the maximum list in that IGA relatively quicker if we have more development. So that letter includes in there some 2 scenarios, the extreme of a lot of development or a little, to give you an idea of how soon we might have to renegotiate something with Longmont, because it limits the total number of taps Lyons can have overall unless it gets amended. And then the final one wasn't on there, but just because others may have been worried about it also, and you guys have asked in the past, I think, that Spirit Hound Distillers does have their 2 shares of Lake McIntosh with the Highland Ditch Company in the process of being transferred to the town. So we are now just waiting on the ditch company who handles Lake McIntosh shares to get that transferred. You may remember there's a lot of back and forth. You guys had to approve a couple of different extensions on that. That's in the works. And that was it for the water letter.
Questions? So what happened in 2006 and 2012? Were those years that we exceeded our dedication?
Yes.
And why did
And
that?
I've tried to understand it a little better. I haven't dug in a whole lot. I was told we're not paying anything currently, but it's used in how they determine the overall volume of water to allow us to have. You'll notice in, I guess you'd have to look, well, no, it's in their letter, how much water we can use each year. And I haven't gotten a good solid answer that I can explain that quickly to you.
All right, I guess what I'm trying to get to is, I want to learn what it means to say, hey, we're resilient for a drought, like our portfolio is healthy. What does that mean to say our portfolio is healthy? And I was assuming it's because we're using a lot less than what we have dedicated. But it does sound like in 2 drought years, I don't recall if those are drought years or not, 2006, 2012, we did exceed our dedication. Is that what they're saying?
And I don't know about share dedication, but the volume of water, the agreements each year, we're told how much water we can use, regardless of how many shares we have. Longmont is telling us that we're not allowed to necessarily use in that water letter what the average and daily maximum would be.
Okay, yeah.
What we can do for follow-up for you is pull up the water letter from 06 and 012, which should explain why we exceeded.
Okay.
So we can look that up for you. If I recall, 2012 was a year of significant water breaks underground that they didn't know about. And we exceeded it, but that's pulling it from 10 years ago. But why don't we pull the water letter and then we'll be able to, we'll send it just to you to read.
And the cash in lieu goes into water rights a little bit more with the CBT share.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to stand in here is, it seems to me the biggest problem we have is you have to buy a CBT share to build a house, a 4-market house at this point. And a CBT share is $75,000 at this point, which is like way beyond what we paid when we bought our homes. I mean, I bought my home in 1999. I bet you I paid a couple thousand. And it's now 75,000, which is mind blowing, right?
Yeah.
How do we get out of this IGA? Because first of all, I don't believe when you're building a house in Longmont that they're paying 75,000 in water rights. So why are we and they're not?
Because we agreed to dedicate 1 CBT, period. So had we bought a bunch up front, people could have bought them from us. You know, there was other options, but we agreed 1 CBT unit would be transferred.
It's what
Every market rate.
For every market rate home.
I thought we talked a little bit. I know when you had mentioned it to Planner Kimmett too. And so we have talked to Longmont before. Thought I had mentioned once that Longmont said a couple of things in the different conversations. One, that it would have to go to their water board, which we can do. And originally it was the talk of, could we go to one for two houses, or we could look at something of size, and so you can, but we could also, they could decide, they're looking around, they're concerned, they want to come back and require 1.5 share. But also, it's really based on, Longmont is based on acreage. So they do it based on when you come in and it's your area, your land. And ours is based on service connections. Most places are not done that way. Why? We weren't sure exactly why. My assumption is Longmont wanted to help and protect us and said, we don't know, and they've said they haven't had a whole lot of people in the past really come and talk to them. You go ask them. They said they've been surprised the amount I've been really involved with them on that. And they wanted to say, okay, we're not sure what you guys are going to do. We're not sure about how it's going to be sold. We're going to protect you. And if you get this much water, you don't have to worry about water rights at all. You're covered. If you are getting 1 CBT share for each 3¼ inch connection, you should be in good, you would be in good shape. We already have the water now to drop to a 1/2 acre. If we talked about how much they do, right? The average is 7/10 of an acre per unit. We can drop to 1/2 acre foot per unit, and we still have enough water to cover that. You get below that, we have problems. But if we're requiring 1 CBT share, we're getting more than enough water for each one that comes in. So we are really protected. Are we overly protected? We could be. And we are talking to Longmont about changing that, and there are options. It'd be kind of hard, you would think, for their board to say, you guys, we follow this, but you can't follow ours. So if we wanted to look at using their actual code or their policy, that would probably be one way to go. That would seem to make sense to their board and to their staff if we look at their policy and if that fits for us. But we have to do that with the planners and
So I could circle back around to what you were just saying, and this seems to be like the moral dilemma here that I see is fine, buying 1 CBT share per house means you're great in case there's a drought, no problem. Everyone can still water their lawn. But for somebody trying to build a house in town, you're looking at, as we talked about in the last meeting, you're looking at almost 100,000 baked into your mortgage, 650 a month for 30 years is what you pay just for the right to buy water, which is astronomical. So why are we protecting people in case, if there's a drought, let's stop watering our yards, but try to make the water shares cheaper so that the next person that comes along wants to build a house isn't screwed.
Well, the premise of that whole policy was to disincentivize single family.
Yeah, okay, now there you go. Maybe that's what we get out of it, and that's what
And
we
you have
want.
to remember, when they were 30,000, people thought that was nuts.
Yeah.
And they still were buying them by the dozens. And when they were 40,000 and 50, I mean, it's just what the cost of a unit is now.
Yeah.
So are you going to change it, which we'll talk about in the next, well, not the next one, the third item on this, the cash in lieu request by Wickham and Chatfield is there's 8 lots left. Do they get a different
Well,
deal
yeah,
from
we'll
everyone else?
talk about
We're
that.
happy to talk to Longmont, and what we did when we went to them with Lake Mac, because they were very nice and easy to work with, and said, yeah, if it's affordable or commercial and that's what you guys are promoting, we'll take this other type of water. They just care about acre feet.
Yeah.
It's not where it comes. I mean, it has to come from somewhere they can treat. But to them, an acre foot's an acre.
Okay, yeah.
It's just in the current IGA, until we renegotiate that, we have to give them 1 CBT. The town does.
Yeah.
Whether you want to get it from the developers, up to you guys. But the current with Longmont is we will give them 1 CBT for every 3/4 inch connection.
Yeah, and so the cash and lieu kind of feel, I know we're gonna talk about that, feels
Yeah.
like a little bit of a red herring. It's like, if we're gonna do cash and lieu for a CBT, we're still gonna have to charge somebody 77,000, right? So all we're
Well,
doing.
if we're gonna go buy one of those,
Yeah.
we
then
could
just
take
go
a
buy it.
cash and lieu and go buy a Macintosh. But we
Well-
have to transfer
Yeah.
a CBT to Longmont until that's renewed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, okay.
when are we renegotiating the Longmont IGA?
We haven't been instructed to yet.
So we could ask to.
Yeah, that's kind of what this.
Right, we talked about it with them at time. And I know, I thought there was some direction to look at that as part of the overall zoning and densification was to include that in there. So I know Tim has that listed as part of it, and so I would be talking to
Yeah,
Longmont.
I think
on
the
it.
last time we did it was when we did the Macintosh share, and that was, I think, no, 16 or 18. What was it?
Thought it's 9.
Around 19.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of, so you said they were amenable about Macintosh shares if it was affordable housing or it was business development.
Because that's what the board seated at that time said is what they wanted to incentivize.
Okay, and I would also incentivize infill. And so if we could somehow establish infill from just sprawl. I think infill should be Macintosh shares as well, or lots under 7,000.
Maybe this would be another good workshop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or we just.
But again, it is on the
77,000.
radar and something we're working on. I
Yeah.
think it takes time.
Yeah.
I think, getting through the comp plan so that we know where we are anticipating some changes. And then we do have some properties, you know, if you have an accessory and a dwelling unit that is a separate building, we do allow people to
Yeah.
use that same.
Yeah.
The same one.
Now we're starting to see people wanting to divide lots smaller, and so then it's like, what do? You only have one for this lot. So yeah, it'd be nice to come up with another, maybe an equivalent based on square footage of a lot. Or something like that.
Yeah.
Big issue,
It is.
especially with
And
water.
it's complex. Yeah.
So we just wanted to pass along, just the water letter. It's always a big, kind of cross-check the three of us always do with water, make sure we're not missing anything, because it's easy to miss one thing, and Longmont then confirms that they agree with what we're documenting.
Although they've also lost a lot of staff and now they're turning around asking me.
Yeah, they've lost their main people that have been there decades.
No.
This is how we do it.
And I've also noticed that water rates are going up above CPI. These are about 10 to 12%. Is what Longmont, and this is our water rate right here. That's in this package.
At the bottom of that letter?
There, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's above CPI.
And of course, then we'll get a notice from Longmont that our rates are good.
We already have, it's in there, but we had budgeted for a water rate increase, I think it was 2 years ago, to include the next couple of years of water rates. So we weren't trying to scale it every year based on their amount. The wastewater fund, that you already know, is way down. So we raised the water more than just that original 20 cents from 2 or 3 years ago. But next year, I believe it was, I set it to go plan through 2023. So 24, I think we're going to be raising the water rates because of Longmont's increase in water rates.
Other questions or comments about the water letter?
I have one.
Yes.
I would like to give the direction that we spend 2023 really evaluating what this IGA is and what it could be changed to before we raise rates on our customers. If we can find other areas of savings and ultimately getting a better deal for us, I would like to say that we do that work before 2024.
Well, I don't know that the IGA is going to have anything to do with the water rate Longmont charges. But we're talking about the cost of CBT shares. Some things got mixed in there. The water rates are set by them every year. They can raise their rate. They do try to let us know 3 or 4 years in advance. At the bottom of the water letter from them, you have their 4 years. So they're probably going to come back at the end of maybe 2023 and give the projection for the next 4 years. If we wanted to do that, I think you're talking about looking, I mean, we could see if we can negotiate rates with them. I don't know. I haven't heard that part at all, unless we have an option to go look to somebody else for water.
Well, I'm always a fan of asking first. Anyway.
Say that again. I missed that.
I'm a fan of always asking, even if
Yeah.
you don't think you're gonna get it, it's worth asking.
Maybe we do this priority stuff.
Yeah.
Again, we have our list of priorities and
All right, that one wouldn't require the IGA be renegotiated. That would just be going to Longmont and saying, can you reduce our rate for water?
I think
For both, so both the IGA for CBT and just a separate negotiation on rates.
updating the IGA. She was.
Maybe what we do is, sometime in January, take a look at where we are with our goals and priorities and see if we want to swap some out. And see how we feel as a board about shifting that to a higher priority.
I think that's
Okay.
reasonable. Mhm.
Yeah, okay. Okay, other questions, or can we move on to the cash and lieu? Move on, okay, cash and lieu.
So that one, they did have the memo in there, so it was pretty brief, just trying to give some basics so that everyone knew where we were at. That part is also in the Longmont letter back to us, how the town holds 727 units of CBT, right? Each year, we're required to dedicate a certain number of those units to Longmont. They don't get sold, or we just have to say, okay, this is what we think we're going to use. There are, again, some complex transactions that can happen. If we don't use all the water, we can get it back and we can sell some of what we didn't use. But it's determined how many shares we're going to need to dedicate based on the service connection. So again, one CBT for each 3/4 inch equivalent. So for water year 2023, the next coming up year, at the end of November, we had to say we're dedicating 709 units of CBT. Of our 727, we have to dedicate 709. That leaves 18 units of CBT that are not being dedicated but are in our portfolio. So the first item to keep in mind from the last presentation is that 4 of those remaining units should be set for the pre-existing commitments. We know there are 4 possible lots that could be built that we have to give a unit and not yet 1 more. So that brings us down to 14 units that are not sort of reserved or set aside. You may want to think about, does something else come up we don't know about? There are also units that the town could decide to use for its own properties. The town could decide to use, again, as an incentive. But otherwise, all other properties coming into town must provide a unit of CBT based on their needing to annex in if they're not in town, or subdivide, or in the case of the next one, they're already in the subdivision improvement agreement that had dictated that CBT shares were required. So in the municipal code, if you saw it, section 171410, it does allow, it says the board, in lieu of said water and at the discretion of the Board of Trustees, a monetary equivalent of such water may be paid to the town in an amount that is determined by the Board of Trustees to be equal in value to the water rights required. And I wanted to emphasize the town would not be selling CBT. We want to be clear, we keep our same portfolio. The town would own the 727 units. We would either receive more CBT or we would receive cash, or you could potentially look to receive something else. But right now, I mean, other types of water rights, but right now that's not really what was being discussed. The following year, right, we would, so if you accepted cash and 4 properties joined the system, you would have to give 4 additional CBT shares and you would have the cash for that. So I guess in the end of mine, I used the 10 new connections, brought 10 CBT units to the town. The 10 would own 737 and we would dedicate whatever that becomes 719, but we would still have those 14 units undedicated or reserved. That was really the overview on the quick on the CBT units.
So is there a certain number of shares that we would have to have on reserve in order to be comfortable that we were covered no matter what happened.
The previous board, so there was, you may have gotten some of the emails, I think you did, about the confusion you see in the letter that back in 2010, it was realized, I think it was 2010, it was realized that some additional properties were listed as having water when they really only had sewer connection. And so Longmont then changed back the total number of CBT we needed to dedicate. When I first started, was on the UEB, nobody was really talking about that. And so at the time, there was fear that we had only one available extra unit. And there were additional pre-existing commitments coming on. So I really spoke up even as part of the utility board, that's something we need to be aware, if this doesn't change, we are going to be buying CBT units for these pre-existing commitments. But as looking through all the letters, it's like, wait, this happened in 2010 and it was never adjusted properly. So you'll see in this year's water letter, last year was the first time that was documented right in that water letter. It may have been in the 2010, but the previous years did not have that, where it lowered down the number of units. So again, for a number of years, the town was working with 2, 3, then down to 1, and then going negative, until we realized a few years ago that we had all of these additional, well, I shouldn't say all, but that we had some additional units.
Yeah, can I ask a question about this? So when we took the water rights training, Attorney Dittman mentioned something that was really interesting. Water rights are basically use it or lose it, right?
Not CBT though.
Not CBT. So CBT, even if you don't use them.
Attorney Dillon?
Yeah, I just want to, it still is use it or lose it, but they already are being put to beneficial use because they're stored in a reservoir. And so the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District is putting that water to beneficial use through the storage and transfer through the flow of the water. So I mean, we don't have to necessarily use it or lose it because it's being theoretically stored. We have a right to take from the storage. But the law is still that if they didn't use that water in some way, they didn't store that water, they would potentially lose it if it would ever be adjudicated.
Okay, so basically, we can't tell these properties you've got 15 years, and if you never claim it, you're end of life here.
No, they've been like a property. They wanted to-
Okay, that's okay. Thanks.
Other questions? Attorney Dittman?
Director Kaplan, did you want to talk about the SIAs a little bit?
That was, I would thought we would do that when, the proposal is made for the next one for the actual request. This was a general overview of
Okay.
CDC, and
I
then
see
there's
that
the
now.
next agenda.
Got it. Okay. I'll hold off and we'll talk about it. If you think it's complicated now, it gets even more complicated. So
That's great. Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
You're muted.
Thank you. You've got stated in your letter that, report here, that cash would allow Lyons to get through the budget shortfall until the water debt is paid off in 2024. And I believe we showed earlier what the budget shortfall was, but would you mind, just for purposes of this, in case somebody new is tuning in, what was that number?
For,
Well, you're referencing.
oh, how
the
many,
budget.
the water, what the, 270,000 in the negative? Is that what the wastewater budget is? Is that the number? If the wastewater is budgeted currently to go negative 270,000, or to use 270,000 of the existing fund balance.
And is that what you're referring to here in the sentence that says that cash would allow us to get through the budget shortfall?
And
Until
are you in the line item that says cash in lieu of water rights dedication?
No, I think we're not quite at that agenda item yet.
Oh,
So
okay, never mind.
that's under the Wickham and Chatfield request and the cover memo for that, but we'll be there in just a second, I think.
I'm excited.
Were there any other questions about the water letter or cash in lieu in general?
So I have one,
Please.
and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. So if we were to do something like cash in lieu, we have to dedicate the CBT share, no matter what we take. But we could take cash or say Macintosh shares that could come into our portfolio and we'd have to give a CBT.
So we, just to be clear, you can only take Lake Macintosh water for the 3 specific reasons of affordable housing, economic development, or commercial development.
Okay, so we could only,
And then if we can take it, we can then dedicate Lake Macintosh water. So currently the town would usually only accept Lake Macintosh, at least the policy since it's been in place was we were accepting Lake Macintosh if we could dedicate Lake Macintosh for it because it would be equal value. If CBT was required, we would dedicate CBT or take the value.
okay, so I was just saying we couldn't take cash or say we wanted a Macintosh share to put in the bank for later and us give up one of our CBT shares. So we'd have the Macintosh if we want to do affordable housing in the future.
And so that would be in the next one. It's the same thing for this too, that you could take cash in lieu. We would still have to give CBT and then any cash, if it was over and above, especially above the negative amount, but even with, you could still dip into something. Yes, you could take that cash and buy Lake Macintosh shares for our portfolio.
Okay, that's good. Sorry, I was making sure I understood. Thank you.
That's a good question.
So just to be clear and following up on that, then, we would be at a loss though, if we were to accept the value of a Macintosh and then transfer it over to a CBT. I mean, there's-
Yeah, I was just using it as an
Okay.
example.
Okay.
Yes.
You said something
Right.
very important. We
Yeah,
can't do
you
that.
can't do
Cash
that.
in lieu has to be for the amount of the share that's dedicated for that. So if we cash in lieu for market house, it's got to be equivalent of the CBT
Yeah.
share.
Well,
So
that's good policy.
Yeah.
Okay.
But right, you
But
could
you do
accept
have
the
the
value,
ability.
you could accept
Right.
one value up here and but, right, so if you accepted 50,000 or 60,000 or 70.
Yeah.
And you wanted to buy 2 shares of Lake Macintosh, you could do that, and then you have 2 shares of Lake Macintosh and whatever cash is above that.
And change.
Change.
Okay. Okay, well then, if there's no other questions about that agenda item, we'll move on to discussion, direction, and request for cash in lieu contribution by David Wickham and Keith Chatfield for 8 Lyons Valley Park residential lots.
Are you gonna allow the applicant to speak to?
Sure.
Why don't you come on up and sit with us today?
Okay.
But we'll do an overview of
Yeah,
their
let's give a
request
staff,
that you heard at the last audience business.
let's get a staff report first.
Right. Thank you. So the Utilities and Engineering Board did discuss the recent request for cash in lieu of water rights. Put in the excerpts from their minutes that the town has the Colorado Big Thompson water share that could be used. I probably don't need to read all of this out for you directly, right? So that was what you have, what they said. For the 18 shares, I then went on, we've already discussed some about how you want to make sure 4 of the shares are set aside for pre-existing commitments. They could provide cash in lieu and the town could purchase much cheaper like Macintosh water to make up and further diversify the portfolio. One thing to note is Lake Macintosh is St. Vrain Creek water. CBT is really water coming from the Colorado Big Thompson that went through the tunnel and over and comes in right down there by October Hole, Colorado water coming in. So that it's diversity with more Lake Macintosh. The buyout properties, water shares. I guess I copied that in there. That shouldn't be. The cash in lieu proposal is only for the near-term development of the 8 Lyons Valley Park properties. That we're not talking about setting a policy currently at the moment. This was that you could accept cash in lieu for a request that was being made. That was what the UEB heard and thought was something that was workable. So I wanted to make sure it was known that we weren't talking about a policy that would require more work and did determining how we wanted to develop that policy would probably require working with Longmont on our policy with them first before we could do that. Cash would allow Lyons to get through the budgeted shortfall of next year. And then potentially into the future, we've also talked about the sale of the property for some of that. The Lyons Municipal Code gives the trustees the ability to make the individual decisions to accept the cash in lieu. And then the final note was that these 8 properties are in Lion Valley Park subdivision, and they do fall under filing 8 of the subdivision improvement agreement, or the SIA. And currently that agreement and its amendments do specifically document that water rights requirements for all properties do require water rights for all properties in this subdivision. And it states that cash in lieu would not be accepted. But that is something I did talk to Attorney Dittman, and he can go on to it more, that it is an agreement that can be amended. The agreement was amended when we just allowed Summit to move forward so that they could use Lake McIntosh, which wasn't previously in the agreement. And I'll let Attorney Dittman speak to the SIA agreement.
Yeah, so we have, these properties within the Lyons Valley Park subdivision, and the Lyons Valley Park subdivision has a subdivision improvement agreement associated with it, which, as Aaron mentioned, has 8 different kind of pieces to it, and it's been amended many, many times. And the latest one says in section 3.1 that for these particular part of these properties where the developments are being proposed, no cash in lieu will be accepted. As a successor in interest to Lyons Valley Park Incorporated, the new owners are subject to all the restrictions and benefits of those subdivision improvement agreements. So the board should be aware of that. However, as Aaron mentioned, these are agreements between the town and the owners of the properties that this agreement is subject to. So we could always, if those boards desire to accept cash in lieu, do a subdivision improvement amendment specific to these individual properties, and which was the process that was done for Summit, because quite frankly, the Summit development did not really fit with the subdivision improvement agreement, the vision for that, when it was all going to be single family residences. So it needed to be amended to make that makes sense for that development. So it's not a major barrier to accepting cash in lieu, but something the board needs to be aware of, and something we would need to do in order to allow this to move forward.
Thank you. Okay, any questions for Director Kaplan? No?
Yeah, I guess one more question. So the UEB, the UEB said, they voted unanimously accept cash in lieu at market rate. So it's going to be about 75,000. So
That they would agree with the board.
Can you talk about why the UEB felt that? Why they wanted to kind of just get rid of our spare?
They didn't want to, again, they didn't say that we should go out and look for doing this. They said they would be okay if this was something that wanted to be done.
In this situation.
They saw
Okay.
one number of them were there before when the town was working with less CBT shares. Compared to what we had to dedicate. They also are aware of where the wastewater plant or the wastewater fund is at. I think that's one of the biggest drivers, is that we've had this concern of the funding there for a number of years now. And again, we're looking at just 2 years to have 300,000 in a loan finished so that we have that extra fund coming in. So is there something that would help stem the loss and still give value? I think they also saw the possibility that you could still take a substantial amount, cover that loss, and still buy Lake McIntosh water rights. So you would have the same water rights in your portfolio, not the same, you would have the volume of water rights, but just Lake McIntosh versus DEC. And most of the projects that the town would want to promote seem to fit in ones that would accept Lake McIntosh.
Trustee Dottie, did you have a question?
No, that was answered.
Okay. Anybody else, Mayor Pro Tem? Any questions? No, okay.
No, I think I'm good.
Okay, so we have the applicant here and thank you for forwarding the slides. Appreciate it. Who would like to kick off the discussion?
I can, this is Keith Chatfield.
I'm talking to the board right
Oh,
now,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Chatfield. Yeah.
All right, sorry.
Well, actually, I would like to ask the applicant,
Go ahead.
how does this help them? They still have to pay a sizable amount,
Well,
regardless if they're buying it off the market or paying us.
They're proposing paying us much less. than
Oh, well,
market
no,
rate.
no, we can't do. I shouldn't speak.
No, you should.
Okay, no, we have, I think it says in our code, we have to accept market rate. Yeah, so we don't have a choice.
Brandon's.
Attorney Dittman, did you have something to add?
Yeah, they came.
I don't have any add this, I would do want to check whether that's true or not. I don't think it says, I think it's a good policy that it be market rates, but I don't know if the code says that.
What's that in 17, it's 17-14-10, number 4. Which is that in lieu of said water and at the discretion of the Board of Trustees, a monetary equivalent of such water may be paid to the town in an amount that is determined by the Board of Trustees.
Got it. Yep.
Equal in value to the water rights required. So
Equal in
then
value.
You determine the Board of Trustees, what's the value to the Board of Trustees?
It's got to be equal in value to the water rights.
Yeah. I'm seeing nods. Is there anybody who is willing to entertain a discounted share, water share? No, so there's your answer, no discounts. When did you all buy these 8 lots?
January of 2020.
So you had a good understanding of the water that was required when you bought the lots. And I just want to point out, Mr. Chatfield called me, about 2 years ago, trying to convince me that we should give him like Macintosh shares because this big house that he was building would have a home office, and so it was economic development. And I know that you all, and I feel for you, it's expensive to develop, it's expensive to build a house. I don't see any reason to give a subsidy to build a $1 million home in this town. That's not what we need. It's quite honestly, it's not good for our ratepayers. And so, we would love to see you both develop the homes that you would like to develop, and we're not willing to discount the water shares. Anybody have anything else to add?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and we're not willing to go against the UEB recommendation or the Lyons Municipal Code. Like, there are several conditions here that make it that we can't do otherwise.
And I'd like to say, yeah, we can't discount them, but we do need to go back to the IGA, because I know in Longmont, they're not dedicating a CPT share per house.
No,
Acre.
it's by acreage.
Yeah, so we need to redo it, because I feel I mean.
Is that something you want to have done before these last 8 lots are sold?
No,
I
probably
mean,
not.
should they be handled differently?
Probably not, but going forward,
Yeah.
I don't think we can continue to do CPT shares for the next 20 years.
No, it's.
Because they could be 150, 200 dollars.
Yeah.
And so we got to change the equation at some point, but obviously not right now. Yeah.
All right. Does anybody have anything else to add?
I was gonna ask if you had a value. I did call a water seller on Friday to talk to them and see. He's actually somebody who sold shares, he said, to Markel when they did some of the other development back 20 years ago. He said he had on the website 65,000, but he said he didn't have any of those, and it was 70,000 a share. But again, these are something that are bought and sold on the market, so trying to figure out an average value or what the value is not set.
Can we do an average over a period of time?
Well, when we did it with Riverbend,
70,000.
it was 70,000. We looked at what the market, the average, I mean, Colorado Thompson can tell you what water's selling for too. As well as all these different brokers, but we used what the average had been, for, you know, that time frame of a few months before.
So just to clarify, if these applicants were interested in building affordable housing, then they could purchase Macintosh shares at what, 13,000, 15,000?
10,500 per share.
10,500 per share, and I feel like that would be really great for the town and its residents. I would encourage the applicants to look at affordable housing.
Well, we paid a market rate for the lots, and so that's not feasible. And I can't speak for Keith, but I won't be buying shares from the town. I'll buy it from the market. So
And that will be my position too, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, I think we have our answer then. Thank you. Okay. So next up is update and discussion on the status of the solar project and associated contracts.
Staff and the UEB members are recommending that we do not award a contract for the solar PV and battery storage project at this time. During the latest round, there was an agreement on the language in the one is an agreement on the language in the contract has not been made. So we were still talking to them about the actual contract. You may remember when it first came, they wanted to use their contract and we wanted to use our contract. And then there were a number of other items we were working through. So that was still in negotiation potentially, but we have this timeline to be concerned about too. There was also negotiation on the price of the proposal after the best proposal was selected. And then the new version of the proposal that came back had some additional recurring maintenance and operations costs. So once we added in the operations and maintenance costs, we did spend some time trying to really understand what we believed and what we had seen from other documentation on what those would be. It raised up the return on investment probably to at least 16 years, about as low as we could go. And so that's still not that much more than 14 point something. We were using sort of 15 as the cutoff. With all of the other things we're still working on, as you know, we still don't have solid commitment from DOLA because the grant would have to end by June of 2023. The concerns with how the ITA comes together, we just decided we've given it our best shot, tried to do all we can, but right now at this time, it did not look like what we should move forward with. And that we would recommend waiting to see what the ITA repayment plan is, what the rules that come from Treasury are on how they're going to do that. And if we can find out if DOLA is able to extend their grant for another year and would still be willing to work, we could then circle back and go out with another RFP for another set of proposals, because at that time we know things will have changed in cost and potentially technology. So there were a few loose items we thought we should try to clear up since we weren't moving forward, but things that came up during that, so that the next time we have them ready to go. One of those was that enterprise fund status under the grant. I suppose, does it matter, Brandon, if I go with my other two first and then you can finish with the enterprise fund, or?
Yeah, sure. Whatever you want to do.
Because that may be a little bit longer. So the other one, the DOLA contract amendment. We had an agreement. We still have the one that's been signed and sent to DOLA that we are in a grant that is valid until February of 2024. So we received a new one back. You may remember the original grant was for us to find a financier that was going to take care of all of it, and they were going to take care of using the ITC and give us a portion. Then back in August, we found out that the town could actually take advantage of the entire ITC. And so we put the proposal back out, we told DOLA, and they said, okay, we need to modify the grant document because you're no longer looking for a financier, you're looking for a construction contractor. They also happen to tell us that, and we also have concerns because we made a mistake and the grant was only supposed to go through June of 2023. That's all we could promise because it's based on the state budget. So a new document came back, but we have not requested for that to be signed yet because we wanted to see what was going on. So I wanted to get the okay that we're going to continue to negotiate with DOLA to see if they can, so we should let them know we would like to wait and see if you can extend this grant. At which time we'd be willing to, hopefully they come back with a new grant contract that says it's valid till June of 2024. So that was one, I guess we'll do, and that was really the only ask I think that was in there. The other was, I guess, the ask is also if the bridge loan idea, should it become still a requirement? Again, we might find out that getting the ITC would still require 6 months from the time that we pay off the project until the time that we get the credit back. We may still have this, even 6 months is a lengthy time to go with the fund dropping as low as was talked about, or in any fashion. So if it was needed, it would be presented again in a proposal. Would it be okay? We should keep that in consideration and could plan to bring that as part of a proposal to use this Colorado Clean Energy Fund for a bridge loan if it was needed. And then the third one was Brandon explaining the enterprise fund status, because that also determines if you want us to go and apply for grants that may bring us in or out of enterprise fund status or not. Are you okay with that if we pursue those grants, even if they will bring us out of enterprise fund status for a year?
Okay, questions? I think Aaron's been to the firing line.
Can I ask one question? So the payback time went from 14 to 16 years.
That was the soonest.
Yeah.
There was not even the sum that would go to 20.
Is that the payback on the whole thing or just the town
It's
contribution?
just the town. That's what's a little.
What if you had to
I
calculate the
don't
payback?
understand how they could do it.
If you had to calculate the payback on the whole thing, sounds like it would be like,
I started asking that of others, how does anybody do that with?
because I kind of consider federal grants still my taxpayer dollars, because,
But,
yeah.
but we have to think in terms of we're the electric utility.
And I guess they could add one just to make sure, because others, not, with the proposer, this is small scale for them. So I think when you're looking at it at 10, 100 times our scale, the cost per kilowatt brings it back much quicker.
Yeah, okay.
So we just need to make it bigger.
Yeah, essentially. So,
CMAX.
Right.
so, when do we expect to hear back from DOLA?
They weren't exactly sure. They were waiting to see, one, I thought how the voting went, but I believe after the first of the year, they start talking about budgeting and they would have a feel then if they would be able to bring that back. I haven't talked to DOLA yet. I need to talk to them tomorrow. I was waiting to talk to you guys before I talk to them to let them know that this is what's happening. And go from there.
Any other questions, comments, Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm trying to decide if now's the time to get into it, or it's just a matter of waiting. I guess coming into this evening, I will state this, coming into this evening, I really was on the fence about this. And then when I read the UEB's report of not making the recommendation, or staff's right now, I kind of went a little bit like that. But I will say the concerns that I'm having in our big picture portfolio of financing and the work that needs to go into the wastewater treatment plant and the cost savings that we need to see there that are really also energy saving needs. I'm really feeling that is where we should be putting our priorities right now. So this is, then it makes me want to question, do we really want staff to continue to be working on this? Maybe we should, in order to have a full picture before we can make a decision. But
And-
yeah, there I am.
And I totally understand that. And they're two different funds, right? So they're two different enterprise funds. So the wastewater fund has nothing to do with the electric fund.
I understand it's, but we're
Yeah.
still needing to take money out of something in order to create matches and leveraging. And it feels like to me that we also have capital improvement projects that also come from different funds. I'm very concerned about over leveraging ourselves. And
But
this
I
feels
do-
like a project that could.
Want to make it clear because it sounds a little bit the confusion. You can't use anything from the electric fund for the matches or for anything in those other funds. It would have to be the electric fund. And so you did mention last time the 300,000 in capital in the electric fund. I did mean to point that out. Sorry, I have it written down, but not in my paper with everything. Because I wanted to also make sure it was understood that the 300,000 listed for capital in the electric fund is for $100,000 per year to underground electric. It's really just adding in a new fee that we were hoping we could be able to do because there's been a lot of talk of that. So we have it budgeted for this year and then the 300,000. So it's really just kind of adding in another fee that we're hoping we could make work, 100,000 per year to do undergrounding as we can. There are no outstanding projects in the electric fund that are looking for funds. We don't have anything that is broken at this point. We want to, again, have the reserves and be prepared for emergencies. But compared to the wastewater fund, where we know we need all these improvements on the plant, and the water fund where we have projects, the electric fund has none. And again, you can't use any of that for the wastewater or for water PRVs or for any of the 2 million in the general fund. It has to be separate for the electric. I forget where we were at even on loans from the enterprise to the general, but they talked about before, I think.
So I have a question. So I've always thought about the solar project as an investment. There's a payback period, and then after the payback period, we're generating electricity that we therefore do not have to purchase from me, right? And so I'm curious about what that translates to for ratepayers.
So again, that was part of the break even, right? Before we're really seeing that, well, each year, I don't think you would be able to consider the discount until it paid for itself.
Right.
Right. But then after that, we were looking at $50,000. It's in, if you still have it and want to go back to some of the breakdown sheets, it shows 25,000 in, I believe it is, I don't have it in front of me, estimated reduced electricity. And then there's also this aspect with the battery, which is why it was added in, that we can stop because electricity is paid based on the peak also. So if when you get up to this peak, if you turn the battery on here and your peak stops here, over 3 years, we can reduce that peak. So it's a flat rate that mean charges us of
We don't have a piece.
70,000 or something. We do, it's usually 8 or 9 o'clock.
No, we don't have
also,
a separate rate for peak rate.
Oh, right, we don't have demand charge in our structure, correct?
Can I make a comment? I think what Trustee Farrell was trying to say is, yeah, these are two different funds, right? And we can't conflate them or commingle them. But if we're at the comment section, what we don't want is have another fund under stress right now. We can only deal with one catastrophe at a time. Not to say, but I do want to point out, we played a very heavy hand with CMEX about global warming. And it was loud, very loud and very deep in our community, the concerns about global warming. And so we at some point are going to need to lead and take some risks, because you don't go into the future without taking some risks. So we do need to do it, but if it feels like it's just too much right now, and the last thing we want is Namaste to become Honeywell too. What if the battery doesn't work? What if we're throwing it all in a dump 15 years from now? That costs $250,000. I don't know, it just seems too much right now.
And my concern, to echo Mayor Pro Tem's concern, is the how far can we stretch staff resources? I do feel like we have a lot happening elsewhere, and I just don't know if we want to spend a lot of time and energy on this.
Well, so I think the question is, right now, do we want staff to continue working on this? And I think we do. I'm not willing to give up on this. I think getting the megawatts for an investment in was it $437,000 is the town portion of this? I think what we'd be getting for that is well worth it. And I do think we need to lead the charge. I think you're right. So, I'm not willing to give up quite yet. I don't know how other people feel, but turning down $1 million DOLA grant, that's not going to come again. Mayor Pro Tem?
I guess that I would like to say then the next time this comes back to us with a presentation, I want to also see, where are we? I want to see with the presentation at the exact same time what our electric fund is specifically, and but I got to look at the whole picture here in terms of what we're doing. Big picture and specific to the electric fund, but I'd like to see those revenues and things presented at the exact same time so that I'm not having to guess or go back and look at data elsewhere. Please.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with having the staff continue to work on it, by all means. I think we do need to do this. It might not be the next 6 to 8 months. And I don't know. I think Trustee Farrell again said, grants come and go. There will be more grants in the future. I just don't think this is decent. Absolute last time.
I believe we should keep working, the staff should keep working on it, but I'm actually skeptical as to our ability to complete this at any time in the near future. Just because of the same fears that they become Honeywell too. I mean, I would have to be convinced that the risk is reasonable in this situation. When I look at that those kind of numbers, 16 to 20 years, it's like, really, seriously? And we're not really affecting rates until then? So, yeah, I'm just skeptical of it, but let's see what we get. I mean, is that what you would recommend?
It is, and I guess I should also have added that we could look at just solar also. The battery was added in later on. So solar is a much more well-known entity, I think at this time. Battery storage is still relatively new compared to solar. So if we have the option to come back with just solar, that's also there. At this point, we really are in a holding pattern. There won't be too much. I have to talk to DOLA either way at this point, and then we'll be waiting. And so we can come back if and when, well, we will hear at some point, when the ITA is actually documented on how it's going to work, we'll know how that will play out. How long will we have to wait? What will happen? And then if we hear from DOLA, if they're not able to extend this grant, then we can't move forward based on this grant. Anyways, if they say they can, then we can come back and say how long, if they give us to June of 2024, okay, here it is. So sometime maybe in February or March, are we coming back with, okay, here's the proposal. I can also mention to DOLA, again, I don't know because we have a set grant that we want to take out the battery at this time. I think they're open to discussion, so it's not clear and cut. I can talk to them and see where that goes. But that's another option too, is to go with just solar, and that might come back with a much sooner, more reasonable pay.
Yeah.
And why would we not do that at this point?
Well, right now, the grant requirement is for battery and solar. That was part of why it was awarded. Discussions with them before the award were battery storage is right. Hazard mitigation to some extent too, even though this small of a facility can't really support Lyons much, but I suppose in a real emergency, I've always thought you could get a couple little bits of something out of there. I was told it would cost a lot more to convert it to that, so I don't think you should really look at it that way. But it is still the ability to store energy. It's helping, it's a model for others to use too, if it can move forward with both battery and solar.
Okay, so I think, are we good? Do you need something to add?
So just to clarify, so when you do speak to DOLA, you could clarify with them or confirm with them that they would be willing to do one grant now just for their solar.
I
Without the
can
battery.
mention to them,
And
you
then
had
it's second
concern about that.
Yeah.
I think the first is going to be just, we need to wait for the timing. If they say they're able to extend the grants, can they then, we still have concerns because the battery portion really pushes this too far. If it cuts the project in half, would they still give us 500,000?
Right.
Can you add a battery later?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
I believe so. I shouldn't say that.
Okay.
And I think we should look at hydrogen batteries. But that's another discussion. Okay. All right, thank you. Attorney Dittman.
Yeah, I just wanted, before we move on from this, wanted to ask whether there was any questions on the memo concerning the enterprise funds. I know that was a pretty deep dive.
No, it's actually very clear.
Yeah, it was very clear and detailed, and I appreciate the level of explanation. Okay,
Thank you.
we'll have a quiz on that one later too.
I'm out.
Okay, so we've got trustee reports and administrators report, legal update, and then executive session. So let's, Erin, thank you very much. You're a champ. So let's start with trustee reports. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to start tonight?
Sure. I don't have a whole lot. We had a comprehensive plan workshop, so I think you guys are all up to speed on that. We have another opening in the PCDC. John Petrie resigned. So we have two now, which is, not great for the Planning Commission. So if you know anyone, please, 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 talk to your neighbors that might be interested in something like this. The PCDC is really important commission for us. And that's all. Oh, one other thing, it's kind of fun. Wednesday night at the high school, it's the entire middle school, high school band concert. And it's pretty awesome. And I believe it starts at 7:00. Highly recommend if you haven't gone. It's great entertainment for free in town.
Thank you. Okay, we'll start on this end with trustee Delman.
So for the Parks and Rec, they talked about December 21st is their target date to get recommendations to us for the coming year.
Okay.
And I think that's about all I've got.
And I think they're scheduled to give us an update during our next meeting on the 19th. So
they could ask, you mean they're asking for direction for what?
No, that's when they want to give recommendations to us.
To the board.
To the board, yeah.
okay, thank you. Trustee Dati.
Okay, I have a few updates here. The first one is from the Housing and Human Services Commission that met November 12th. I wanted to thank the board for approving Sherry Moreau to join the board because we were also 2 down. So, but now only 1 down. She's a great resource because now we have 2 people who are 2 commissioners who are specialized. Well, actually, I don't think that Anderson is a commissioner. I think it would be great if she were a commissioner, but we have two people at the table. One who is a commissioner newly appointed, one who is more of a public member, but both specialized in mental health. And I think you had an update from her at the last board meeting. I think the key to that conversation, there was a huge conversation around mental health actually, and how best we could provide some kind of support group for our youth. And it was recommended that maybe Cherie actually in a supervisory role with maybe some interns who are doing their master's or doctorate could start a youth psychoeducational support group. So that's something that was discussed. We're also looking forward to meeting the new very on agency rep from Boulder County, Sarah, who will attend our meeting in January. I think somebody was going to follow up with you about the Clinica workshop you might have attended in Netherlands a few months ago. I think you were going to Netherlands to find out how they were using mobile.
We connected some people. So
Okay.
that's ongoing.
We need to find a traveling podiatrist. If
I know, Kate told me.
okay, great. Just wanted to make sure that was on your radar.
Yes.
For our seniors, that's a big deal. Okay, so that's Housing and Human Services, Economic Vitality Commission. They had a presentation from the Colorado Main Street program managers. I was able to follow the first half virtually, and this was really interesting because Main Street, the Colorado Main Street program actually works with 45 different consultants, and every year they are given $450,000 to spread between 22 and 24 communities. And it looks like Lyons' turn might be coming up, which would be nice. There is some, so we don't know how much yet, but there was some discussion there around wayfinding and development of the wedding industry and walkability, etc. I think the priority from the EDC was to focus on wayfinding as opposed to walkability, and more like physical and digital wayfinding. We talked about, so different commissioners talked about successes and challenges and goals that they have for Main Street. And then there was a visitor itinerary exercise, which created a media story, which I wasn't a part of, so I can't really elaborate on that. This morning, there was a workshop with the Colorado Tourism Office, which you attended. I didn't know about this this program that we were a part of. So apparently this is the second program. The first program was Restart.
This is Reimagine.
This is Reimagine.
Yep.
So Lyons is one of 38 destinations working with the Colorado Tourism Office. And as part of the Reimagine program, we're entitled to 100 hours of consulting services, which is really fantastic. We had this 3-hour workshop this morning. There is a profile, a visitor profile for Lyons. And there's a $20,000 budget for some sort of production shoot, whether it's video or photo. So anyways, it sounds very promising, very exciting. There are a lot of good community members involved in this workshop this morning. A lot of people from the Lyons Creates Commission, a lot of people from the Economic Vitality Commission, and it sounds like they've had a really good core team to focus on goals such as increasing year-round visitation, championing the value of tourism, enhancing the tourism infrastructure, and advancing tourism workforce. So anyway, and I think it would be interesting for you to know that 24% of our visitors come from Colorado and 12% come from Texas.
Those were the top of the list.
Those are the top, yeah.
We'll be getting all the slides from them.
Yep, yep,
So
yep.
you can forward them along.
Yeah.
If people are interested.
But also for your information, from the 2021 statewide economic impact, apparently travel spending is down 7% from 2019. Tourism employment is down 12%, and state and federal tax revenue is down 6.5%. 2021. So anyways, I thought it was really interesting. Oh, and I didn't mention that we had some Rocky Mountain National Parks people there who gave a presentation on the timed entry process, and it didn't sound to me, so I was looking at the comp plan at, I can't remember which number, I wrote it down, TSM1 or something like that, and there was something about working with the National Park Service to hopefully have some kind of partnership for the visitor center, and that's a no-go. So I don't know if we're going to take that out of the comp plan, or basically the National Park Service said, we don't have the staffing, we don't have the funding. If you follow Estes Park example, they have a visitor center And inside that visitor center, they have a kiosk for the National Park Service. And the staff members or their ambassadors will give visitors more information regarding the parks. So the National Park Service themselves won't be able to. I mean, they could train volunteers or staff members to give information on the timed permit entry
Okay.
process, but that's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have very little. UAB has not met since November 2nd. Chairman Kerr was in Nebraska again, I think, and then we know everything about the solar stuff. Student Advisory Committee, they are working with LEAF and the mental health services. They're doing, I know Ms. Kaplan met with them. They're meeting again about how the Student Advisory Committee can help get them engaged more with kids around the community, et cetera. And then they're trying to figure out how to spend the $16,000 we get from the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, that's a
So,
good project for them.
That's a good project for them. They wanted a party for themselves, but
Okay, I didn't get the-
no, that was fantastic. Anyway, and then also,
Doing that too. Parks and Rec Commission. is-
yeah, everyone's got.
Okay, we
Yeah,
have a
I imagine
spreadsheet
we'll have
going, just so
competing.
you know, we have a spreadsheet going like
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, we'll have competing interests on it.
That'll be a fun project.
So, but again, if there's any agenda items for the Student Advisory Committee, that'd be great. Good.
Thank you.
You know,
Trustee Elson?
Mine will be even faster. There's been no new meetings from either group since
Oh.
we met the past two meetings we've had. This meeting Thursday night
Mhm.
for the SFC and the EAB, I think is the 20th.
Okay.
So there's no updates there. One update, seeing how Jocelyn brought up what's going on in the school Thursday, the cheerleaders from the high school are going to the state competition.
Oh, wow. Right on. That's great. Nothing. Okay. I have just a couple of things. LAHC hasn't met yet. So Victoria and I were in a call with Boulder County Commissioners late last week. They have given us an additional 6-month extension on our IGA negotiations, which is great because they were just taking the matter up, whether we should get an extension at all from a year ago. So we have another 6 months, so that gives us some breathing room. And then just tonight, I got an IGA between Lyons and Dr. Cog. Brandon reviewed it briefly, said it's pretty minor. And yeah, it's a basic thing. So I'm just looking for a nod that I can go ahead and sign it on behalf of the board, unless you guys want to review another IGA with Dr. Cog.
There's no new financial commitments to the town. It's really just a coordination, like here's how we're to coordinate meetings and discussions, that kind of thing.
Okay. And that's it. Administrator report.
I'm not going to repeat mine because it is getting very late.
Okay.
So the only thing that we want to let the board know is at your last meeting, if you remember, there was an item about Tierra, what was her last name? Tierra Consulting Group.
Yeah,
Remember that
that's the
SFD was working on
Yeah.
as a subject matter expert on other items for sustainability. The UEB and the SFC will be getting together to talk about it and get on the same page and bring back recommendations. So they will be following up on that. Other than that, final election results were included with the holiday. It was mostly just day-to-day stuff around here, keeping things running and unless there's any questions.
When's our next meeting?
The
19th.
17th or 19th.
The 19th.
Could you please remind us that I'm purposely asking this question so it's entered into the public record as to the budget for the parade of lights?
I think Kim is gonna, and Dave are gonna put together the full budget for that. It adds up pretty quickly when you add the extra duty officers, all those big state highway barricades we have to rent. The lights, several things like that, but I can't find that number for you. But it's in, I'm sure it's in the tens of thousands of dollars too, so.
I think it's important for the
I
community
think
to
it's
realize that.
$40,000-$50,000 probably in the all-in and stuff.
And that's without the fireworks.
Fireworks are another 8,000 to 9,000. So we will, we'll put together a little spreadsheet for you and get you that as well. I don't want to misspeak, but extra patrol, barricades, staffing, lights, yeah. That's
And for the benefit of the public, the ice rink looks like it's gonna be
They're
constructed next
hoping
week.
to construct it this week.
This week.
And then, of course, then the next cold surge we have, hopefully it will be filled and hang in there for the rest of the season.
Sorry, I just wanted to add, so in your report, will you also put the revenue that you receive from sponsors?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Okay, legal update.
Yep, thank you so much. I have a couple updates I wanted to give. First, I wanted to turn to the gun related ordinances that are going on throughout Boulder County. Broomfield, City and County of Broomfield did pass theirs on first reading last week, and so they haven't got to second reading yet, but this will be kind of where we're at. They're doing a much more comprehensive list of ordinances, including the ban and sale, possession of rapid fire triggers, increasing the age of a rifle or shotgun at 21, regulating possession of ghost guns, requiring a 10-day waiting period prior to the sale in Broomfield, including and also a training class that includes topics such as mental health, similar to what we did, a prohibiting of open carry of firearms in public places, prohibition of concealed carry of firearms in buildings owned or leased by the City and County of Broomfield. And then federal firearms dealers must post signs and provide educational notification when a sale occurs. So a much bigger list of ordinances. Many of those there's some additional ones over what Superior and Louisville and Boulder County and Boulder did. However, the lawsuits versus those entities are still occurring to this day. Have not been resolved yet, and they're not enforcing their laws yet until those lawsuits are resolved. Thankfully, I haven't heard anything about our ordinances, but ours are much more, as you know, limited in scope, and we think much better legal standing. Not the other ones are not, but ours are definitely sound. We think so. That was the first thing I just kind of wanted to give you an update on. The next one I want to give an update on was the Yoder matter. That's been going on for, as you know, for some time. We received notification that the bank was going to take over the property. They made inquiries as to pulling permits to do some of the remedial work that needs to be done on that property. I heard from the town administrator and Clerk Vasquez that house is up for auction also. Been scheduled for auction on, is it January 3rd? Is that right?
Yes, January 4th, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, January 4th. So, which is, I think, a good remedy. The bank will, get those issues resolved. They're probably what's happening is they're looking to get those issues resolved prior to the auction, if I were to guess. But we've got into this for the purpose of resolving those code violations. So, after a long journey, it looks like that may finally happen. So, that's for that one's. Any questions on the Yoder matter?
Any questions about the Yoder matter? Be glad to see that one in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, us too, for sure.
Yeah.
Until it's done.
Ain't over till it's over.
Yeah, yeah. You never know. Yeah.
You never know, you do.
Yeah, never know. Earlier in the meeting, there was a question on the status of the sale of the properties. I just want to give a brief update on the sale of the property with the water tank to the Sparkses. We've been working for some time with the attorneys for the Sparks on trying to figure out a utility easement for the town to retain post sale, because we're going to have some infrastructure, including water lines. Boulder County has a siren out there that we're going to need to maintain access to even after that property is sold. Through that process, it has been discovered there are other property owners which have some claim, to having access to that property as well, which has created difficulty in the drafting of the documents. And so right now we have provided, I have provided to the attorney for the Sparks a draft of utility easement, kind of recognizing the complexity of the access issues. I spoke with their attorney, I think last Wednesday, and they said they would have a red line back to me soon, but I've not yet received it. And so we're waiting on, agreement on that utility easement before we can finally finalize that deal. So that's the status of the property with the water tank. I can't speak to the other one, but
Okay,
That's
the other
fine,
one, we're waiting for the survey. Do we know when that's coming back?
No.
It'd be great to list that property ASAP.
We agree.
Okay, all right, any questions for Attorney Dittman? No. Okay, do we want to, let's do a summary of action items. Please.
Okay, I've got, get the comp plan updates to the Board of Trustees when the PCDC packet goes out this Thursday. Ask Public Works if it's possible to extend the lights to branches on Main Street. Proceed with the mural on the north side of Town Hall. The Creative District is to present to the board on the January 17th agenda. There is a potential workshop after the Lyons Climate Action Group and the EAB work together with Boulder County regarding the weed management policies. And I've got sent the 2006, and I wasn't sure if it's the 2010 or the 2012 water letters to the Board of Trustees.
6 and 12.
6 and 12, gotcha. We would like to review the Longmont IGA to address CBT dedication and water rates. And staff is to continue to work on the solar project and update the board after DOLA determines grant extension. And we are also to provide the budget and donations for the Parade of Lights.
And only one other item, review the fire protection district's water rates.
Wastewater.
Or wastewater. Okay, water too, but wastewater.
Attorney Dittman?
sorry, I was on mute. There was the two resolutions concerning Mud Hut that needed the Mud Hut added to the resolutions. I've already done that, so that's already in Clerk Vasquez's hands.
Okay, great. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I had actually requested that we give direction to PCDC to come up with a better municipal code regarding paving, to create a better standard. And also we could direct PCDC to update a design standard for the town beyond the downtown area that's been done already.
Okay, so, okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any dissenting. Okay. All right, I would entertain a motion to go into an executive session. If anybody would like to read the language.
I can do it.
Okay.
I move to go into an executive session being conducted pursuant to CRS sections 24-6-4024E and 24-64024B for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation, developing strategies for negotiations, and instructing negotiators, and for receiving legal advice from attorney representatives from the town on specific legal questions, and specifically determining negotiation positions and strategies regarding the town's energy cost savings contract with Honeywell International for the new wastewater treatment plant, and obtaining advice as needed from legal counsel on related legal issues.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Vote.
Mayor Pro Tem?
And
No.
Oh.
Oh, my voting, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. All right, so, and you'll send out the Zoom?
Yep, I'll send it right now.
Okay, I'm gonna
Thank
run.
you.
Thank you.